Chapter 2498. The first prince and O Xing agreed to meet here 3 days later. After that, they both left. Originally, Lu Ming had planned to take down the first prince and get some information, but now he changed his mind and decided to wait for 3 more days. He naturally had his eyes on the life and death pill. After the first prince and O Xing left, Lu Ming and Enchanting waited in the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, night fell. The first prince had been waiting for a long time. In the middle of the night, a figure flew over. It was O Xing. Did you bring the life and death pill? The first prince quickly asked. I brought it, but I have to put it back quickly. If my father finds out, it won't be good. O Xing said. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and broaden my horizons. The first prince smiled. O Xing nodded. Her hand moved and a jade bottle appeared in her palm. There were some inscriptions on the jade bottle. O Xing's fingers danced and runes flew toward the jade bottle. Then, the jade bottle emitted a radiance. After a while, the radiance dimmed. It's done. O Xing smiled and handed the jade bottle to the first prince. The first prince quickly took it and poured out a pill. It was a pill the size of a pigeon's egg. It was milky white and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Even Lu Ming and Enchanting, who were hiding in the void, could smell it. Is this the life and death pill? The first prince whispered. He lowered his head and carefully sized it up. His eyes were filled with greed. After sizing it up for a while, the first prince put the life and death pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to O Xing. He smiled and said, Xing, I'll return it to you. I'll return it now. O Xing smiled and reached out to take it. But at this moment, the first prince's palm glowed and like a sword, he attacked O Xing's dantian with lightning speed. At such a close distance and with the first prince's sneak attack, ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. But at the moment the first prince attacked, O Xing's body glowed. A bright light spread out and turned into a set of armor that covered her body. At the same time, O Xing quickly retreated. Boom! The first prince's palm strike landed on O Xing's armor, but it was easily neutralized by the armor. O Xing retreated 100 meters and stood on the surface of the lake. Her face was extremely ugly. First, why? Why? O Xing roared, her face full of disappointment. So you were already prepared for me. The first prince's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he raised the jade bottle in his hand and sneered, life or death pill. No matter how serious your injuries are, 1 pill can heal you. Each pill is equivalent to a life. Such a peerless pill can only be used by following me. Do you understand? You said that you would stay in the Yellow Springs realm and accompany me for the rest of your life. Was that all a lie? O Xing asked. Nonsense, I still have important things to do, why would I stay here? This place is nothing but a cursed place. The first prince sneered. Sigh, I was too naive. O Xing sighed and her disappointment deepened. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance. If you didn't attack me today, I would treat you wholeheartedly. I could even beg my father to give you a life or death pill in the future. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. After O Xing finished speaking, her eyes suddenly burst out with cold killing intent as she waved her hand. Rip! Behind O Xing, the space suddenly split open and 2 figures appeared. They were 2 old men in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. They were 2 heavenly emperors. One was a 3-star heavenly emperor, and the other was a 2-star heavenly emperor. Seeing the 2 of them, the first prince's face was gloomy as he said, Bitch, not only have you been guarding against me, you even secretly brought people here. Are you trying to kill me? Originally, I brought them here just in case. If you didn't do anything, they wouldn't have appeared. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Give me the life or death pill and I will leave your corpse intact. O Xing said coldly. Ha ha ha, bitch, do you think I didn't prepare for this? I have long been guarding against you. You don't trust me, and I have never trusted you. Come out. The first prince waved his hand. The void trembled, and suddenly, several figures appeared in the surrounding space. There were a total of 6 people, all of whom were from the evil god tribe. Moreover, all of them were heavenly emperors. There were even 2 4-star heavenly emperors among them. Seeing these people, O Xing's face became miserable. First prince, I was just joking with you. Look at our relationship, let me go. An ugly smile appeared on O Xing's face. Let you go? I don't want to be enemies with your O clan. Although your O clan doesn't have a martial god and I am not afraid of you, you are still troublesome. You can go in peace. I will use these 3 life or death pills well. Attack. The first prince sneered, his voice was ice cold as he gave the order. Miss, leave quickly. Behind O Xing, the 2 old men brought O Xing and rushed in a direction. However, the 6 people from the evil god tribe also attacked. They sealed the heaven and earth, surrounded the 3 of them, and blasted out terrifying attacks. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 old men brought by O Xing were not a match for them at all. They exploded as soon as they attacked. First bastard, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death, O Xing cursed crazily. However, in the next moment, she was hit by the attacks of several heavenly emperors and instantly turned into ashes. Her body and soul were destroyed. In the void, Lu Ming and Xianyinxing were speechless as they watched. However, this was equivalent to a dog biting another dog. Before this, the 2 of them would naturally not attack. After killing O Xing and the 2 experts of the O clan, the first prince was ecstatic. He took out the jade bottle again and poured out 3 pills in succession. All of them were life or death pills. The medicinal fragrance was incomparably rich. Ha ha ha, what a great harvest. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly. The first prince laughed heartily. Then, he put away the jade bottle and turned around to leave. However, after flying for a while, he discovered that the 6 people from the evil god tribe were still standing in the air, motionless. I told you to leave quickly. Didn't you hear me? The first prince turned around and said somewhat impatiently. However, when he turned around, his pupils suddenly widened. That was because the 6 people from the evil god tribe seemed to be fixed in the air, unable to move at all. Only their faces revealed frightened expressions. Who is it? The first prince's hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and hurriedly turned around to check. Old friends meeting, am I not welcome? A soft laugh rang out. The space cracked open, and Lu Ming and Xianyinxing walked out. Lu Ming, why is it you? How did you come in here? The first prince's pupils rapidly widened. He roared loudly, revealing a look of disbelief. The gates of the Yellow Spring Empire's imperial capital were engraved with a formation that could detect the aura of the Heaven Realm. The living beings of the Heaven Realm could not enter the imperial capital at all. The first prince had never expected that he would meet Lu Ming here. Chapter 2500. Seeing Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others immediately flew toward him. Lu Ming, what's the situation now? Where are you? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. I'm currently in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. Lu Ming said. Yellow Spring Empire's capital? How did you get in? The Titan Longhorn Beetle's eyes widened in astonishment. The others reacted the same way. This is all thanks to my wife. She used a secret technique to conceal the aura of the Heaven Realm. That's why I was able to enter. I've already found news about Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming said. How's Senior Ancestral Dragon? The Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, and the others looked at Lu Ming nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to the Ancestral Dragon. Senior Ancestral Dragon isn't dead. He only escaped from the Yellow Spring Empire's capital with injuries. Lu Ming briefly explained what he knew. That's great. Everyone let out relieved sighs when they heard that the ancestral dragon was fine. I've also found out that the evil god tribe will send their experts to attack a cursed land. There should be experts from the heaven realm there. I'm afraid we'll have to fight them. Lu Ming said. Fight, we must fight them. Yeah, I'm going to kill those scum of the evil god tribe. The Titan longhorn beetle and the others yelled furiously. Seniors, Lu Ming has something for you. Lu Ming glanced at the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm as a jade jar appeared in his hand. Something for us? The Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm were confused. This is a pill I've found from a herbalist family in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. It's called the Life-Death Pill. It has the effect of stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth. Anyone below the martial god realm will be healed regardless of how serious their injuries are, even if their life force is damaged. Lu Ming said. What? There's such a pill in this world? Everyone opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Lu Ming, how can we accept such a precious pill? Then, the 9 lives demonic silkworm shook its head. Seniors, the elixir is just an inanimate object. If it can't display its effects, it won't show its value. If the 2 seniors can recover to their peak, it will be a good thing for our heaven realm. Then, the life and death elixir will show its value. Lu Ming said. That's right, that's exactly the case. The others also nodded and persuaded the 2 of them to accept it. The Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm, once they recovered to their peak, they would be 2 peak heavenly emperors. There weren't many people in the entire heaven realm who could reach this step. All right, Lu Ming, I, Old Bull, will remember your kindness. The Titan longhorn beetle was more straightforward and nodded in agreement. In fact, they were also very tempted. After all, it had been countless years since the ancient battle, yet they were still unable to return to their peak state. This feeling was truly unbearable. Lu Ming poured out 2 life and death elixirs and handed them to the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm. The 2 of them received them, each chose a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed the life and death elixir, and began to refine the elixir. As for Lu Ming, he left the small world and appeared beside Enchanting, continuing to pay attention to that mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Finally, there was some movement in the mansion. A group of Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses appeared and entered that mansion. After a while, a large group of people flew out of that mansion. There were Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses. There were hundreds of them. They headed straight for the western city gate. Lu Ming and Enchanting followed far behind. Not long after, the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire experts exited the city gate and headed west. Lu Ming and Enchanting also successfully exited the city gate and followed far behind. They didn't dare to get too close because there were too many experts in the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire. There were even peak heavenly emperors, and it wasn't just 1 or 2, but at least 5 or 6. In addition, there were also quite a number of 6-star and 5-star heavenly emperors. This was an extremely shocking force. Mobilizing so many powerhouses at once, it was obvious that they wanted to capture all the living beings in that cursed land in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. After flying for more than a day, they arrived at an extremely remote place. In front of them, there was a blazing aura. It turned out that there was a large group of volcanoes in front of them, and the end couldn't be seen at a glance. Rumble. Volcanoes erupted continuously, and magma soared into the sky. The air was filled with black smoke and a pungent smell. The cursed land was in the group of volcanoes. The Yellow Spring Empire's people couldn't enter, so they hid outside the volcanoes. As for the Evil God Race, they rushed into the group of volcanoes. Rumble. Not long after, a terrifying rumble erupted from the group of volcanoes. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy pierced through the ground, and endless magma soared into the sky. This area became even hotter. Roar. In the depths of the volcano, a golden lion with 9 heads was incomparably huge. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. The volcanoes in the surroundings exploded one after another in an incomparably ferocious manner. Big Brother Qing Tsang. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was clearly the nine-headed golden lion, Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was a peak heavenly emperor and was incomparably powerful. However, the evil god race also had peak heavenly emperors. In the group of volcanoes, one terrifying aura after another soared into the sky, colliding with each other. The heaven realm has 2 peak heavenly emperors, but the evil god race has 3. Lu Ming's heart became somewhat heavy. Peak heavenly emperors, the evil god race had 1 more. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the number of 5-star and 6-star heavenly emperors was also more than the evil god race. If this continued, the heaven realm side would definitely not be a match. In addition, the Yellow Spring Empire's powerhouses were lying in ambush outside the volcanoes. The number of powerhouses was even more than the evil god race. If the heaven realm's living beings rushed out, it would be truly dangerous. I wonder how Senior's Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm have recovered. Lu Ming was somewhat anxious. If they were to make a move later, the number of powerhouses on their side would not be enough and they would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming controlled the Divine 9 Dragons Cauldron and could be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Xian Yanqing could also be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Adding Zhonli, there were only 3 peak heavenly emperors. The number was not enough. Lu Ming could feel that in the Yellow Spring Empire, there were a total of 4 peak heavenly emperors. Adding the 3 from the evil god race, there were 7. In addition, there were also 6-star heavenly emperors. If the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm recovered, then there was no need to be afraid. Charge out. In the group of volcanoes, Qing Tsang's roar rang out. Then, a group of heaven realm powerhouses joined hands and rushed outside. Behind them, the evil god race people chased closely. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Then, with a thought, he entered the small world. He wanted to see if the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm had recovered. At this moment, their bodies were filled with resplendent light, their auras extremely powerful. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not help but be overjoyed when he sensed the auras of the 2. The life and death pill was indeed worthy of being a peerless divine medicine. Its medicinal effects were incomparably shocking. Chapter 2501. At this moment, the situation outside was already quite critical. Qing Tsang and the others rushed out of the volcanoes and arrived at the periphery of the cursed land. But at this moment, the people of the Yellow Spring Empire appeared, blocking in front of Qing Tsang and the others. A terrifying aura was emitted, causing Qing Tsang and the others to change color and stop. Another 4 peak heavenly emperors, a total of 7 peak heavenly emperors. You guys really think highly of us. Qing Tsang sneered, his 9 heads looking around. Beside Qing Tsang, there was a phoenix flapping its wings, its entire body covered in black flames. This was a black phoenix, also a peak heavenly emperor, the current king of the heavenly realm's phoenix race. Ha, Qing Tsang, let's see how you die today. A loud laugh came from behind. The experts of the evil god race blocked Qing Tsang and the others' path of retreat, making it impossible for them to escape. Duolu, why aren't you guarding the eternal cage? Be careful not to let someone escape again. Qing Tsang sneered, full of ridicule. The evil god race member who spoke just now was Duolu. Hearing Qing Tsang's words, Duoli's eyes were extremely ferocious as he roared, Qing Tsang, so what if you escaped from the eternal cage? You're still going to die in my hands. And that brat Lu Ming, I'll tear him into pieces sooner or later. Rush back to the cursed land. Qing Tsang secretly sent a voice transmission to the beings of the heavenly realm. Only by rushing back to the cursed land would they have a chance. Outside, they would have to face the double siege of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. It's too late. In the small world, Lu Ming was a little anxious. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. Senior, wake up. Senior, wake up. Lu Ming kept sending voice transmissions. Boom. Boom. The auras of the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demon silkworm suddenly soared and then rapidly contracted. Then, they opened their eyes. Are we going to fight? The Titan longhorn beetle asked. That's right. The matter is urgent, so I can only disturb the two of you. Lu Ming said. It's fine, I've almost recovered. Let's go out and fight. The Titan longhorn beetle. Let's go. Lu Ming controlled the small world, and in the next moment, everyone in the small world appeared outside. At that moment, Qingsong and the others also made their moves. They charged straight for the evil god race behind them, wanting to charge back into the cursed lands. Kill. The experts of the evil god tribe and the Yellow Springs Empire also made their moves. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and his voice reverberated in all directions. He then charged toward the people from the Netherworld Empire. What happened? This happened too suddenly. The evil god race's people and the Yellow Spring Empire's people could not help feeling stunned. In this short period of time, they had already arrived. Lu Ming directly controlled the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and charged towards a Yellow Spring Empire's peak Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Xianyanqing also made his move, joining forces with Lu Ming to attack a person. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others also launched their attacks. On Lu Ming's side, there were a total of 5 peak Heavenly Emperors. Their sudden appearance caught the Yellow Springs Empire's side off guard. The peak Heavenly Emperor that was attacked by Lu Ming and Xianyanqing was immediately sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. The other Yellow Springs Empire powerhouses were also struck until they retreated repeatedly, suffering different degrees of minor injuries. Titan, 9 lives, it's you guys. Ha ha ha, kill. When Qingsong discovered the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the rest, he could not help being overjoyed. He turned around and was about to charge towards the Yellow Springs Empire's experts. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duolei and the rest also reacted and charged towards Qingsong and the rest. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Both sides added up, the number of peak Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was the same, both 7. But just now, under Lu Ming and the rest's sneak attack, they injured one of the other party. With the number of peak Heavenly Emperors, they instead had the upper hand. A fierce chaotic battle erupted. Lu Ming's side instead occupied a slight upper hand. If not for the Yellow Springs Empire and the evil god race having more 6-star Heavenly Emperors, it would probably be one-sided. Lu Ming, damn it, damn it. Duolei roared angrily in his heart. It was Lu Ming again. Each time, his good deeds were ruined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply his nemesis. He was unable to restrain his anger, wishing that he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Want to kill me, then come. Lu Ming controlled the 9 Divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons and bombarded them towards Duolei crazily. Duolei also erupted crazily, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The two people collided repeatedly, but it was hard to determine the victor. Ah! At this time, a miserable cry sounded out. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor of the evil god race was killed by Xianyanqing with one sword. Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the rest all had an opponent, fighting fiercely with each other. But Xianyanqing did not have a peak Heavenly Emperor to stop him. That peak Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire was seriously injured from the start. His strength was at most comparable to a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. There were 5 to 6 6-star Heavenly Emperors besieging Xianyanqing. But Xianyanqing's combat power exceeded their imaginations. He became braver and braver, his attack strange and unpredictable. After several dozen moves, he successfully killed a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. Exterminate. Xianyanqing said softly, black light as black as ink emitting from his entire body. This black light turned into one black lotus after another. Then, these lotus petals flew out again, forming pitch-black battle swords, slashing at the opponent. Opposite, 5 6-star Heavenly Emperors were flustered by Xianyanqing's attacks, in imminent danger. Quickly come and help us. A 6-star heavenly emperor roared. But the current chaotic battle was intense. Every person had an opponent. How could they draw out such a powerhouse? Pooh work. Suddenly, another 6-star heavenly emperor had his glabella pierced by Xian Yanqing's sword light, dying on the spot. Ah, damn it. Duo Lu roared wildly, wanting to repel Lu Ming and attack Xian Yanqing. But Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron, desperately clashing with him, blocking him firmly, making him have no energy left to attack Xian Yanqing. Gather, gather together. A peak heavenly emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire roared. At this moment, they were at a disadvantage and had to gather strength to defend. All of the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people began to gather, getting close to each other, entering a defensive state. Lu Ming and the rest originally only had the upper hand with a slight advantage. Now that the other party intended to defend, they could not take down the other party. Very soon, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people all gathered together, forming an iron-like defensive formation, blocking the attacks of Lu Ming and the rest, finally stabilizing the situation. Both sides fought for a while and separated into two camps, confronting each other. They all knew that if there were no accidents today, no one would be able to do anything to the other. However, Lu Ming and the rest's goal of saving people had already been achieved. The expressions of Duo Lu and the rest were ugly. Today, they failed to kill people and instead lost several 6-star heavenly emperors. It was truly a huge loss. When my race's sacred ancestor recovers, you all will die, go. An evil god race peak heavenly emperor said coldly. Then, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire retreated unwillingly. Chapter 2502. The people of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Huh, Lu Ming, amazing. Qing Tsang laughed loudly and looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude and deep shock. He remembered that when he first met Lu Ming's strength was barely enough to deal with the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. But Lu Ming was actually able to fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Although he had the 9-dragon cauldron, it was still incomparably shocking. It had only been a few decades. A few decades was just a blink of an eye to them. He had lived for a long time and had never seen such a stunning figure like Lu Ming. This is, as he spoke, Qing Tsang's gaze turned to Xian Yanqing. Beside him, the Black Phoenix had also transformed into a human form. It was a middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure. At this moment, she was also looking at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was very young, but his combat strength was actually incomparably powerful. He was a figure whose combat strength had truly reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The key was that they did not know him, so they were naturally curious. This is my wife. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's small hand and said. Your wife, Qing Tsang, Black Phoenix, and the rest were all shocked. May I ask, how many years has it been since sister-in-law started cultivating? Qing Tsang asked curiously. Little Qing is about the same age as me. Lu Ming said with a smile. This, Qing Tsang, Black Phoenix, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They were completely dumbfounded. Sigh, I'm old. I thought that my talent wasn't bad, but compared to you two, I'm simply trash. Qing Tsang sighed, looking like he had suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Old lion, aren't you looking for a beating by comparing yourself to Lu Ming and the rest? The Titan Longhorn Beetle laughed. Ha ha ha, that's true. Qing Tsang laughed. After chatting for a while, they left the place. They were afraid that the other party would send more powerful cultivators. After leaving, they chatted as they walked. Qing Tsang and the others also learned about the ancestral dragon. Where did senior ancestral dragon go? That's right. At this rate, the outsider sacred patriarch is going to enter the cursed lands. If he gets the fruits of life, we'll be finished. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others sighed. The Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm had consumed the life and death pill before and knew the effects of the life and death pill. The life and death pill was made from the fruit of life. If the outsider's sacred ancestor obtained the fruit of life, he might be able to fully recover from his injuries. Especially Saint Ancestor Shah Exayan. If even he had recovered from his injuries, they would have no hope at all. Everyone was worried but also helpless. With their strength, there was no way they could compete with the other party. After that, they planned to enter some cities to scout for information. If the outsider's sacred ancestor was going to enter the cursed lands, there should be news about it. Not long after, they came to a big city. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, while Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used a secret technique to enter the big city. After that, the two stayed in the big city, cultivating and scouting for information. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, they heard a piece of news that made them furious. In the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, the evil god tribe released news that they had captured some heaven realm beings and tied them up outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. 3 months later, they would kill all of them. The news spread like a whirlwind in all directions. When Lu Ming told the Titan longhorn beetle and the others about this news, they were also furious. Kill our way over and save those people. The Titan longhorn beetle had the worst temper and roared. Don't act rashly. The evil god tribe is doing this to lure us over so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. This is definitely a trap. The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. Are we just going to watch those people die for nothing? What if your family and friends are among those people? The Titan longhorn beetle glared. I mean, we can't act rashly. We have to think of a foolproof plan. The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. Let's go and observe the situation first. Lu Ming said. I think so too. Let's go and observe first before making a decision. Even if we want to take action, we have to gather more people. The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. After that, the others still stayed in Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing changed their appearances and headed toward the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Soon, they arrived at the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. They looked forward from a mountain peak outside the eastern city gate. Outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, there were indeed some people tied up there. All of them looked haggard and their auras were weak. There were a lot of them, close to 200 people. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang. Among those people, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Lu Ming panicked. These were all his best friends. Among the crowd, Lu Ming even saw Yuan Exayan, the son of destiny. However, he could not control his own destiny now and was tied up by someone. In addition, Lu Ming had also met some of the older generation figures. I have to save them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with determination. However, he could not act rashly. Lu Ming speculated that there were terrifying experts hiding near the eastern city gate. Even a martial god like the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe might be nearby. If he were to rush out recklessly, he would only be digging his own grave. What should we do? Lu Ming panicked. There were only 3 months left. 3 months later, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would be killed. Lu Ming, don't panic, calm down. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming slowly calmed down. Over the next few days, the two observed the surroundings while trying to come up with a plan. However, the difference in strength was too great. They were struggling to come up with a plan. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice traveled into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's figure shuddered when he heard the voice. The voice belonged to the ancestral dragon. As he thought, a figure walked out from a mountain nearby. Who else could it be but the ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior ancestral dragon, I'm glad you're fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. They had a chance now that the ancestral dragon had shown up. I was injured in the Yellow Spring Kingdom, but it's nothing serious. The ancestral dragon said. Senior ancestral dragon, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave first. I'll leave some people here to guard this place. If anyone from the heaven realm comes, ask them to meet up with us. We'll gather our men first and figure out a way to save them. The ancestral dragon said. He then left the place with Lu Ming and the others and arrived at a hidden place a million li away. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces from the heaven realm. For example, the 5 elements Chilans. They waited patiently. Chapter 2503. Ancestral Gragon had left some people outside the Yellow Springs Empire. During this period of time, as long as the living beings in the heavenly world heard the news, they would most likely head to the Yellow Springs Empire to investigate. This way, they would be able to provide support. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming saw Dandan. After not seeing Dandan for some time, Dandan's cultivation had also risen by a lot, reaching the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming chatted with Dandan for a while and knew that this guy had also encountered some fortuitous encounters. On the 5th day, Bubble arrived. Now, Bubble's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm, only a step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. On the 6th day, Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli came together, making Lu Ming overjoyed. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli's cultivation had both stepped into the Emperor realm. Lu Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xiang Xiang and the others were fine. Lu Ming was relieved. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the same place. However, Lu Ming still couldn't think of an effective method. On this day, Lu Ming found Ancestral Gragon. Senior, I have a foreign race's genius in my hands. He's the son of the foreign race's king, known as the strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe. Perhaps we can use him to exchange. Lu Ming said. The first prince was still in Lu Ming's hands and had been kept in the pocket world. He didn't kill the first prince because he thought that he might be useful in the future. The first prince's identity was no small matter. Perhaps he could exchange for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Ancestral Gragon frowned and said, although the first prince is important, in the eyes of the foreign race's divine ancestor, the most important person is still you. Once you appear, I'm afraid the foreign race's divine ancestor will kill you directly. He won't care about any foreign race's genius. Lu Ming frowned. He cultivated the sovereign Tao, and the foreign race's divine ancestor seemed to know him. Perhaps he really didn't care about the first prince's life and wanted to kill him. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Now, whether it's to save them or to fight against the outsider's sacred ancestor, there's only one way, and that's the Yellow Spring sect. Ancestral Dragon said. Netherworld sect? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Netherworld sect is an extremely secretive sect in the Netherworld world. They don't care about worldly affairs and only focus on cultivation. Very few people in the Netherworld world know about it. I stayed in the Netherworld imperial capital for a period of time and learned about it from some ancient books. It said that the Netherworld sect and the Netherworld Empire were of the same origin. However, some people were obsessed with worldly power and established the Netherworld Empire. Some people didn't like worldly power, so they lived in seclusion and established the Netherworld sect. Ancestral Gragon explained. Is the Netherworld sect very strong? Lu Ming asked. Strong, of course they're strong. Although they don't have as many people as the Yellow Spring Empire, their combat power isn't any weaker than the Yellow Spring Empire. As far as I know, the Netherworld Empire has 2 martial gods, but the Netherworld sect also has 2 martial gods. Ancestral Dragon said. 2 martial gods. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Disregarding everything else, just the 2 martial gods were already shocking enough. As long as we can obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, not only can we save people, but we can also fight against the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Ancestral Dragon said. Then, he sighed and said, if we can't obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, then we can only do it ourselves. Lu Ming nodded. Time passed day by day. A month had passed since the 3 months given by the evil god tribe. At this time, more than 500 people had gathered in the heavenly world. Ancestral Dragon was also preparing to depart for the Netherworld sect. However, he didn't bring that many people with him. Ancestral Dragon only brought 10 people, including Lu Ming, Xian, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm, to the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect was located in the extreme north of the Netherworld world. It was almost at the edge of the Netherworld world. Ancestral Dragon brought them to a mountain range. There were many mountains here, and there were countless peaks. Soon, they arrived in front of a tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned, and it was even covered with moss. In the middle, there was a huge, yellow word. There was no one at the mountain gate. Was this the Netherworld sect? Everyone was puzzled. But since they were already here, they could only continue forward. They didn't fly. Instead, they walked up the stairs of the mountain. When they passed by the stone tablet, Lu Ming looked at it curiously and felt that it was a little familiar. Soon, they arrived halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, the space shook, and 4 figures appeared in front of them, blocking Lu Ming and the others. "Halt, this is the Netherworld sect," a middle-aged man said. "Everyone, we would like to see your sect leader." Ancestral Dragon stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Everyone, our sect leader will not see any guests. Please go back." The middle-aged man waved his hand coldly. "How do you know he won't see you when we haven't even seen him? We have important matters to discuss with your sect leader." The Titan Longhorn Beetle said loudly. "Everyone, please go back." The middle-aged man continued to speak, but his voice was cold, and the intention to drive the guests away was obvious. "You didn't even listen to our intentions and you're already chasing us away. What do you mean?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle shouted unhappily, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Boom! Boom! Just as the Titan Longhorn Beetle's aura erupted, the 4 people in front of them also erupted with powerful auras. 3 6-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 Peak Heavenly Emperor. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. The cultivation of the 4 people in front of them was already extremely shocking. Not only that, but on the mountain peak, there were also shocking auras, like terrifying waves of air, pressing down on this side. Lu Ming felt that there were no less than 10 Peak Heavenly Emperor auras. There were even a few auras that were extremely shocking, even above Peak Heavenly Emperor. Nest, so many experts, and those invincible figures who are half a step into the martial god realm. The Titan Longhorn Beetle grinned, some shock in its eyes. This Netherworld sect was indeed terrifying. The Titan Longhorn Beetle only released its aura, and it was like poking a hornet's nest, poking out a bunch of experts. Perhaps, this was only a part of it. In the dark, who knew how many experts there were? "Everyone, don't be impatient. We have no ill intentions, we are just here to seek cooperation." Ancestral Dragon stepped forward and said, then looked at the peak of the mountain, and a voice sounded, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to ask for an audience." Ancestral Dragon's voice came from afar, and at the same time, his body emitted a strange aura. "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the Netherworld sect?" At this time, an old voice came from the peak of the mountain. Following that, a light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. This was an old man with an immortal aura, his white hair fluttering in the wind. "Greetings, Sect Master." When the people of the Netherworld sect saw this old man, they bowed respectfully. Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that this old man was a martial god realm existence. The 2 sect masters of the Netherworld sect were both martial god realm existences. "Fellow Taoist, we came here this time to cooperate with you," Ancestral Dragon said. Cooperation? Chapter 2504. Lu Ming and the others did not interrupt the conversation between the old white-haired man and the Ancestral Dragon. The Titan Heavenly Bull kept quiet too. The old man was a martial god. Only the Ancestral Dragon, who was also a martial god, was qualified to talk to him. Otherwise, if the ancestral Gragon was not around, the old man would not even bother to meet them. That's right, let's work together. Help us enter the Yellow Spring Island and we'll split the loot 50-50. It's beneficial to everyone. What do you think? The ancestral Gragon said. The Yellow Spring Island? The old white-haired man was startled. He let out a sigh and said, "It seems like you're from the outer world. Time really flies. The tribulation has passed so quickly." The old white-haired man's voice was filled with complicated emotions. The old white-haired man seemed to have recalled something. After a while, he said, "You should leave. The Yellow Spring sect isn't interested in the Yellow Spring Island." Not interested? The ancestral Gragon's eyes glittered. Lu Ming and the others were startled too. Were they going to fail? "Cultivator, how about this? If you do us a favor, you'll take all the loot we find after we enter the Yellow Spring Island. What do you think?" The ancestral Gragon was not willing to give up. "I told you, I'm not interested. See them out." The old white-haired man waved his sleeves and left. "Everyone, please." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others wore unpleasant looks. They did not expect the people of the Yellow Spring sect to be so uninterested in the loot on the Yellow Spring Island. How were they going to fight the Yellow Spring Empire and the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes if they could not ask the people of the Yellow Spring sect for help? The Titan Heavenly Bull and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "Sigh, let's go." The ancestral Gragon felt helpless too. He turned around and headed down the mountain. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. "It's fine if you don't want to help. We'll just have to save them ourselves. It's just death." The Titan Heavenly Bull cursed. He was extremely displeased. However, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the boulder at the entrance of the Yellow Spring sect. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he found the boulder to be. That's right, that token. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of that token. With a thought, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token belonged to the core area of the Void Sacred Island. He and Dandan had worked together to obtain the token. This token looked very similar to the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect. Previously, the stone tablet was covered in moss, and Lu Ming only felt that it looked familiar. Now that he looked at it carefully, Lu Ming remembered. Wang. Just as Lu Ming took out the token, the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect's gates suddenly vibrated, and the word, "yellow," suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, the token in Lu Ming's hand began to vibrate, and light constantly flowed out of it. In the next moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that a word had appeared in the middle of the token. It was the word, "yellow." Lu Ming was shocked. He had studied the token since he had obtained it, but he had not discovered anything. There was no word in the middle of the token. However, at that moment, the character, Huang, had suddenly appeared. With that, the title plate and the steel looked exactly the same. Ancestral Dragon, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Titan Heavenly Bull, and the others were also shocked. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, a figure flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared again. He looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand in surprise, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Yellow Spring Token. Why do you have the Yellow Spring Token? How did you get it?" The Yellow Spring Token? Lu Ming's heart moved. It turned out that this token was called the Yellow Spring Token. "Senior, this token was obtained by me on a Void Divine Island," Lu Ming said. "Void Sacred Island?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "Tell me, who is the person who left you this token? What does he look like?" Immediately, Lu Ming described the appearance of the statue on the Void Sacred Island to her. So it's him. It's the will of the heavens." The white-haired old man sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "In the past, our Yellow Spring sect was indebted to that person. We gave him this token and promised that if someone came to our Yellow Spring sect with this token, our Yellow Spring sect would help him unconditionally once." "What?" Lu Ming, ancestral dragon, and the others were overjoyed. Help unconditionally once? Didn't that mean they could ask the Yellow Spring sect for help? What's your name? The white-haired old man asked. This junior is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it. The white-haired old man said. Senior, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted the feud between the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe. He then talked about the situation here. This junior earnestly requests the seniors of the Yellow Spring sect to help us fight against the Yellow Spring Empire and enter the Yellow Spring Island. Lu Ming stated his request. I'm afraid it's difficult for us to enter the Yellow Spring Island on our own. The white-haired old man said. What's going on? Lu Ming was surprised. I bet you don't know that the entrance to the Yellow Spring Island is guarded by a group of puppets. Among them, there are 4 puppets whose strength is equivalent to the martial god realm. Therefore, it's impossible for us to enter the island on our own. The white-haired old man said. For martial god realm puppets? Lu Ming, ancestral dragon, the Titan Longhorn, and the others exchanged glances with one another. The Yellow Spring Island was too terrifying. There were 4 martial god realm puppets guarding the entrance. Those were martial gods. After all, there were only 2 martial gods in the evil god realm and the heaven realm, and both of them were injured. Lu Ming finally understood why the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes had not entered the Yellow Spring Island. It was because he could not enter the island. Therefore, if we want to enter the Yellow Spring Island, we must cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. The white-haired old man said. Cooperate? Lu Ming and the others fell into deep thought. Senior, please lend us a hand. We need to save the people. Lu Ming said. Sure, I'll gather the men and set off. The white-haired old man said. He then turned around and disappeared into the Yellow Spring sect. Brother Lu Ming, that's impressive. Qing Song and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect to encounter so many obstacles, and in the end, they managed to get the help of the Yellow Spring sect with Lu Ming's badge. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The world was indeed full of surprises. He hadn't expected that the token he'd obtained on the Void's sacred island would be of such great use in the Yellow Springs realm. The badge alone could easily turn the tide of the battle. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the Yellow Springs sect. Beside the white-haired old man was a white-haired old woman. She was also a martial god. Chapter 2505. The Yellow Springs Empire's sacred ancestor, the Emperor of the Yellow Springs Empire, and a Grand Elder were in a discussion in the Golden Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, is there really no way to enter the Yellow Spring Island? The sacred ancestor said. There are 4 martial god realm puppets at the entrance of the Yellow Spring Island. We won't be able to do it on our own. We can only work with the Yellow Spring sect. However, the 2 old men of the Yellow Spring sect are stubborn. Besides, they have a conflict with us. Even if we ask them, I'm afraid they won't agree to it. The Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire said. Either way, we have to give it a try. How about this? Once I've dealt with the ancestral dragon and the others, I'll pay the Yellow Spring sect a visit and see if I can ask them to help us. The sacred ancestor said. They chatted for a while before the sacred ancestor took his leave. Lu Ming and the others set off. They regrouped with the people of the Heaven Realm and made their way to the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. The Yellow Spring Empire's capital, outside the eastern city gate. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and around 200 people had been tied up outside the city gate for more than a month. It's been more than a month, yet no one has come to save you. It seems like the people of the Heaven Realm have given up on you, ha ha ha. Duol stood above Long Chen and the others and mocked them coldly. Long Chen and the others wore cold looks. They did not respond. Let me tell you, there is no hope for the Heaven Realm. You have been completely defeated. This time, in the Yellow Springs world, my clan will kill all your experts. Then, when we get out, we will flatten the Heaven Realm and kill every single one of you. Duol said ferociously. Duel, do you only know how to talk big now? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Who's there? Duel turned around and glanced in the direction of the voice coldly. It's me, the voice said. Following it, the rift rippled as a figure suddenly appeared. The person was none other than Lu Ming. However, he was the only one who had shown himself. Lu Ming. Duel's eyes flickered with icy murderous intent when he saw Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. The void trembled and cracked open. From the spatial crack, one figure after another stepped out. They were all experts of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. There were no less than 10 peak heavenly emperors, and their terrifying auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, leave now. Leave now. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shouted. Leave? Where to? Lu Ming, you're alone. How dare you come here? You're really stupid. Stay here then. Duel sneered. Really? Look who this is. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. First Prince. Seeing this person, Duo Lu and the others paled. Lu Ming, release the First Prince now. Dole anxiously roared. He had never imagined that the First Prince would be in Lu Ming's hands. If you want me to let him go, that's fine, but you have to let him go first. Lu Ming said. Fine. We'll let one go, and you let one go. Duo Lu said. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You let one go? You let all of them go, and I'll use the First Prince to exchange for everyone. Do you understand? Lu Ming laughed. Let all of them go? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Duo Lu roared. If you don't let him go, he'll die. Lu Ming said coldly, cold killing intent radiating from his body. The expressions of Duo Lu and the others turned unsightly. For a moment, they were hesitant. The First Prince's identity was no small matter. He was the son of the king of the first royal race. His talent was peerless, and his bloodline was the closest to the non-human's divine ancestor. He was said to have the strongest talent in the history of the evil god race. If he died, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Let him go or not? Lu Ming said coldly. This was their plan. Lu Ming would use the First Prince to exchange for Long Chen and the others. If the exchange was successful, it would naturally be for the best as there would be no risk. After all, if they made a move, the situation would be chaotic. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would not be able to fight back. There was still a risk. Duo Lu and the other evil god race powerhouses were all hesitant. For a moment, the situation was somewhat in a stalemate. Boom! Right at this moment, the sky split open. A terrifying palm reached out, blasting toward Lu Ming. The power of this palm was boundlessly terrifying, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Even a peak heavenly emperor would also turn to ashes under this palm. Martial God. Very clearly, the non-human's divine ancestor had made a move, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Even the First Prince was enveloped within. Roar. A dragon roar shook heaven and earth. A huge dragon claw formed, grabbing at that giant hand. With a shocking boom, the giant hand collapsed, and the dragon claw also retracted. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Duo Lu. This figure had a head of long golden hair. It was the non-human's divine ancestor. And beside Lu Ming, Ancestral Gragon's figure also appeared. Ancestral Gragon, you really came. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, full of dignity. Mo Ku, you're really ruthless. In order to kill Lu Ming, you don't even care about the life and death of your descendants? Ancestral Gragon said. Anyway, his cultivation has already been crippled. A piece of trash, it's fine to kill him. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. Hee Mo-ku, you're still as cold and heartless as before. Ancestral Gragon sneered. Ancestral Gragon, I expected you to appear. You people of the heaven realm are all here. Today, you will stay here forever. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. A terrifying aura burst out. Buzz buzz, the space shook. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the non-human's divine ancestor. One was the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, and the other was the Yellow Spring Empire's supreme elder. Two martial gods from the Yellow Spring Empire had shown up. Mo-ku, do you think I'll come unprepared? Ancestral Gragon sneered, his face calm. In the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. It's you. The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. Who would have thought that the two of you wouldn't care about the affairs of the world? Who would have thought that you would show up? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor said mockingly. We don't need you to interfere. Long Yen, let them go. The white-haired old man of the Yellow Spring sect said. Long Yen was the name of the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor. It's not that easy to let them go. The non-human's divine ancestor said. His face was dark. Long Yen had once said that the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect were stubborn old men who did not care about the affairs of the world. He did not expect them to be with Lu Ming and the others. This meant that he had lost his advantage. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The advantage that he had spent so much effort to gain was gone just like that. Mo-ku, it seems like you want to fight. Chapter 2506. Six martial gods appeared outside the eastern gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. The six martial gods faced each other, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their auras spread between heaven and earth, shrouding the entire Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Everyone in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they felt like vomiting blood. The auras of the six martial gods were too terrifying. If they fought, it would be earth-shattering. The atmosphere was extremely tense. How about this? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, Long Yen, spoke. He looked at the white-haired old man and said, Old Huang, if you agree to join forces with us to break through the puppets outside Yellow Spring Island and help them enter the island, we can let them go. Long Yen still wanted to let the divine ancestor and the others enter Yellow Spring Island because they had already agreed on the terms. If the divine ancestor and the others obtained treasures from Yellow Spring Island, they would split it 50-50. They could not enter Yellow Spring Island by themselves. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years. The divine ancestor's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He also wanted to enter Yellow Spring Island. Lu Ming, what do you say? The white-haired old man looked at Lu Ming. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others were shocked. The white-haired old man, a martial god, was asking for Lu Ming's opinion. What was their relationship with Lu Ming? Agree to their terms, but we have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. Lu Ming said. This was the only way to save Long Chen and the others. Alright, we'll join forces, but they have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. The white-haired old man pointed at Ancestral Gragon, Lu Ming, and the others. Alright, it's settled then. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although they did not want Lu Ming and the others to enter Yellow Spring Island, they would not be able to enter without the white-haired old man's help. Now, they had to enter Yellow Spring Island first. Once they entered, they would have to rely on their own strength. Once I get the fruit of life, Sha Xian and I will recover from our injuries. Let's see how you'll die then. The divine ancestor thought to himself. Release them. Long Yen ordered. Immediately, someone unsealed Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, allowing them to regain their freedom. Lu Ming, you've saved me again. Long Chen came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. Lu Ming. Huang Ling smiled sweetly and came to Lu Ming's side. It's good that you're fine, Lu Ming said with a smile. After chatting for a bit, Lu Ming learned that Long Chen and the others had been exploring some cursed lands. When they came out, they were surrounded. Elder Huang, when do we make our move? Long Yen looked at the white-haired elder. 1 year later. The white-haired old man said. This was the time set by Lu Ming and the others. They needed time to gather the people from the other heaven realms. Only when more people entered Yellow Spring Island would there be a greater chance of obtaining an opportunity. Alright, then let's meet here a year from now, said Long Yen. As soon as he finished speaking, they returned to Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. Lu Ming and the others also left. Then, they met up with the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others and came to a famous mountain. This famous mountain was extremely famous in the Yellow Spring world. One only needed to inquire a little to know about it. Then, they spread the news and gathered the people of the Heaven Realm here. At the same time, Ancestral Dragon and some experts personally went to some cursed lands to search for the people of the Heaven Realm. At the same time, the Evil God race also spread the news and gathered the scattered members of the Evil God race to the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. For a time, the scattered Evil God race and the living beings of the Heaven Realm gathered in these two places. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The living beings of the Heaven Realm had basically all gathered here. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people gathered here. When they first entered, there were thousands of people. The number had decreased by half. It could be seen how many people had died. Once the time was up, they set off for the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. When they arrived, thousands of people had already gathered outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. There were experts from the Evil God race and the Yellow Spring Empire. Let's go. The two sides gathered. Long Yen took the lead and headed in one direction. Yellow Spring Island was not in the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, but to the south of it. After flying for a few hours, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. This abyss was incomparably wide. It was unknown how long it was, and it was unfathomable. Rumble. Rumbling sounds of water could be heard from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone looked from the side and saw that the bottom of the abyss was yellow water. Yellow spring water. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Yellow Spring water flowed here? Yellow Spring Island is opposite this abyss. However, no living being can cross this abyss. No living being can fly over it. If they try to forcefully fly over, they will fall into the abyss. If you want to pass through this abyss, you can only pass through the bridge in front. Long Yen said. Everyone flew along the abyss for a while and saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge was very large and wide, leading to the other side of the abyss. However, when they approached, light flickered in the vicinity of the stone bridge, and one figure after another appeared. Puppets. However, these puppets were in human form. They were wearing blood-red armor. Their eyes were filled with a bloody glow. So these are the formation puppets? Lu Ming murmured. Previously, he had learned from the white-haired old man and the others that the puppets formed by the stone bridge were formation puppets. They were formed by the formation. Even if they were killed or destroyed, they would reappear after some time. Trespassers, die. A huge puppet shouted, its aura shaking the heavens and the earth. Martial God Realm. The puppet was in the Martial God Realm. It was extremely terrifying. There were 3 other puppets that were on par with the puppet. There were a total of 4 Martial God Realm puppets. Apart from these 4, there were over 100 other puppets. They were all in the Heaven Emperor realm or above. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. According to the plan, the 4 of us will each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. The 2 of you are not in your peak condition, so help one of us to kill one of the puppets, and then help the others. Long Yen glanced at the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon. The two martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect would each hold back a martial god realm puppet. Meanwhile, the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon would work together to help one of them defeat a martial god realm puppet. Got it. Elder Huang nodded. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, follow me. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, attack. Long Yen and Elder Huang said. They stepped forward and charged at the puppets. Trespassers, die. A martial god realm puppet charged at Long Yen with a long spear. Bang! Bang! Chapter 2507. The four martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect respectively fought against the four martial god puppets. Their attacks were very simple. There were no complicated or flashy moves. Every punch and every palm strike was very direct, but the power behind it was terrifying. Each of his punches and palms possessed a destructive might. Even a peak martial monarch would be blasted into pieces by each of his attacks. The four martial god puppets were wearing blood-red battle armor. Each of them held a spear in their hand. They were like invincible generals. The spears pierced through the air with unparalleled killing intent. The 8 people on both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor looked at each other. Both of their eyes were shining. In the past, it was impossible for them to join forces. But now, they could only join forces. The 2 of them moved and pounced toward the puppet that was fighting with Long Yen. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked the puppet with all their might. Although Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor were injured and not in their peak condition, the 2 of them were still equivalent to a martial god when they joined forces. The 3 of them joined forces and immediately suppressed the other party. No one dared to approach the area where the martial gods were fighting. Lu Ming and the others also fought with the other puppets, but they were also far away from the area where the martial gods were fighting. These puppets were also extremely powerful. There were many experts, peak heavenly emperors, and even half a step into the martial god realm. But the number was a little less, only about 100. And Lu Ming and the others had even more. There were the Heaven Realm, the Evil God Tribe, the Yellow Spring Sect, and the Yellow Spring Empire. The number of the 4 added together was far above the puppets. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons and joined forces with Enchanting to fight a peak heavenly emperor puppet. This kind of puppet was formed by a formation, but its entire body seemed to be made of an incomparably hard metal. It was indestructible, and every move it made contained boundless power. When it clashed with the divine 9 dragon cauldron, the divine 9 dragon cauldron kept shaking. Enchanting's body was covered in black light, forming lotus swords that were incomparably sharp. He attacked from the side, leaving sword marks on the puppet's body. Although the puppet was strong, the 2 of them were still able to suppress it. For example, Qing Song, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others almost always teamed up in 2 or 3 people. They completely had the upper hand. Of course, this was only possible because they were working together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any 1 or 2 parties to be a match for these puppets. Bang! Bang! Not long after, some of the puppets were destroyed and turned into energy that dissipated. The puppet that Lu Ming was fighting against had its head chopped off by Enchanting. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon cauldron to crush it. Qing Song, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the Evil God Tribe had all won. Their puppets were destroyed one after another. A moment later, all of the puppets were destroyed, and the scene was cleaned up. There were only 4 martial god puppets left. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and Dragon Flame had secured the upper hand in the battle. The martial god puppet was in great danger. Its body was covered in cracks. Divine power. Dandan stood there and sighed with envy. Divine power? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. The power that the martial god controls is divine power, an extremely terrifying power. What laws, great Tao, heavenly Tao, in front of divine power, they cannot withstand a single blow, like tofu. Dandan said, becoming more and more envious. Not to mention him, which of those peak heavenly emperors was not envious? Lu Ming also saw that whether it was the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, or the martial god of the Yellow Springs world, the power they used had nothing to do with laws or heavenly Tao. They were all incomparably terrifying and invincible powers. This kind of power enveloped their entire bodies, making their attacks invincible. At the same time, their defensive power was also shockingly high. This kind of power is a bit similar to the power that Shao Qing uses, but it is many times stronger than Shao Qing's power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Everyone watched from afar. They could not interfere in the battle between the martial gods. Bang! At this moment, one of the puppet's arms shattered, and its aura began to weaken. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and Long Yen became spirited, and various kinds of attacks poured down like a storm. Bang! Bang! Following their attacks, the puppet's body continued to explode, and with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces and dissipated into streams of energy. As the puppet was defeated, the outcome was already decided. The three of them teamed up to attack another martial god puppet, teaming up with another person, 4 against 1. This time, it didn't take long for the puppet to explode. In this way, many of them surrounded one puppet and defeated it one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining martial god puppets were all destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As all the martial god puppets were destroyed, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor returned to their respective factions with a flicker, facing each other cautiously. All right, you can cross the bridge now. The people of the Yellow Springs world can't. Long Yen said, and led the people of the Yellow Springs kingdom to the side. The people of the Yellow Springs sect also retreated to the side. Ancestral dragon, let's fight after we cross the bridge. The sacred ancestor looked at the ancestral dragon. That's what I want. The ancestral dragon said. In the next instant, both sides moved and charged toward the stone bridge. The stone bridge was very wide, and both sides took one side. They looked at each other as they charged toward the other side. This stone bridge was very long, several thousand miles long. From this, one could see how wide the abyss was. However, to them, several thousand miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge. On the other side of the stone bridge was a boundless hilly area. Kill! The ancestral dragon roared as he charged toward the sacred ancestor. Fight! The sacred ancestor's battle intent soared as he fought the ancestral dragon. Kill! Kill! The evil god tribe and the beings of the celestial world were also filled with killing intent as they turned into streaks of light and clashed. Boom! Boom! The entire area was in an uproar. Space was torn apart, and terrifying forces filled the area. Roar! Qingsong turned into a 9-headed golden lion. His 9 heads roared as he pounced toward Duolei. The Titan heavenly bull also turned into its original form. Its horns were like battle blades as it fought a peak heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. In addition, the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others also fought with the other party's experts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and waved it continuously, blasting a 6-star heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming, die! A figure suddenly charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. His purple hair was like a waterfall, and his aura was wild, giving Lu Ming an extremely strong pressure. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and attacked this person. Boom! This person struck out with his palm, colliding with the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Buzz! The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge toward him. His body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is an invincible expert who is half a step into the martial god realm. Chapter 2508. Those who were half a step into the martial god realm were known as demigods. They were also known as invincible experts. If the martial god realm did not appear, they would be invincible. Such people were extremely rare. Every one of them was extremely talented and terrifyingly powerful. The Primal Chaos Emperor, the Primal Chaos Sect Master, and the Immortal Emperor were all such people. There were not many of them in the entire Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. Originally, Lu Ming thought that people of this level would not enter the Yellow Springs Mountain this time. Instead, they would stay outside to guard against the enemy. He did not expect that the Evil God tribe would bring someone of this level in. At this moment, they suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Kill. This Evil God tribe member's killing intent was cold. His aura was as deep as the sea. He took a few steps forward and charged toward Lu Ming, throwing out a few terrifying palm strikes. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He activated the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's power to the extreme. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sword chi swept out. Xianyinqing also arrived at the side. Endless Black Lotus sword chi gathered into 3 beams and slashed toward the Evil God tribe demigod. The attacks of both sides collided. An intense explosion occurred in this area. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook crazily. Lu Ming felt an incomparably terrifying power surge toward him. His body flew out, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be injured even more. Xianyinqing was slightly better than Lu Ming. However, he also retreated, his face pale. The two of them were not a match for the other party even if they joined forces. A demigod was too strong. It was not just for show that he was invincible. Even 2 peak heavenly emperors could not be a match for a demigod. The Evil God tribe demigod looked at Xianyinqing, his eyes filled with shock. He did not expect that apart from Lu Ming, there would be such a young expert in the Heaven Realm. Such a person had never appeared in the Evil God tribe since ancient times. Kill. The more talented one was, the more they had to be killed. The purple hair of the Evil God race's demigod fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extremely powerful. He stared at Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Compared to Xianyinqing, he wanted to kill Lu Ming first. That was because the outsider's sacred patriarch had ordered them to get rid of Lu Ming if they had the chance. A purple sword condensed in his hand. Sword chi soared into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. As a demigod, how shameless of you to deal with a junior. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. After that, countless bolts of lightning shot towards the demigod of the Evil God race like lightning dragons. Every bolt of lightning emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The expression of the demigod of the Evil God tribe also changed. He changed the direction of his purple battle sword and slashed out streaks of shocking sword light. They collided with the lightning, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. In the end, both the sword chi and the lightning dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a human, wearing a lightning battle suit. Streaks of lightning swam around it. This person was tall and slender, and he looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, he might have lived for many years. Heavenly Lightning, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in too. The demigod of the Evil God race's eyes turned cold. Heavenly Lightning? Could it be the Heavenly Lightning the Arch? Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had stayed in the Heaven Realm for so many years, and he had heard of some of the top experts. The Heavenly Lightning the Arch was known as the Arch, a supreme among thearchs. Without a doubt, he was an existence on par with the Primal Chaos the Arch and the Indestructible the Arch. A demigod, an invincible expert. Moreover, he had another identity, which was the disciple of the Technique Ancestor. Who was the Technique Ancestor? He was a peerless expert who had created the law cultivation system at the end of the primordial age. He was a peerless genius, a rare peerless figure. Such a person was too amazing. With his own strength, he had created the law cultivation system and made the law cultivation system strong to the extreme, surpassing many of the cultivation systems in the primordial age. However, the technique ancestor suddenly disappeared at the end of the primordial age. No one knew where he went. Therefore, in the primordial age, when the evil god race invaded the heaven realm, the technique ancestor did not appear. And the heavenly lightning the arch was a disciple of the technique ancestor. His background was extraordinary. Since you can come in, I can naturally come in too. We haven't fought for many years. Today, let's fight again. The heavenly lightning the arch was incomparably powerful. His entire body was enveloped by lightning, and he turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the demigod of the evil god race. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, they charged toward the other members of the evil god race. In the midst of the great battle, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that there was fog in this area. Fog constantly emanated from the ground. Boom! Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and attacked one of the members of the evil god race. Originally, it was about to hit the other party, but for some reason, it suddenly hit nothing. The other party's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. The other party didn't have time to retreat. It was as if the distance between them had suddenly increased. Not only him, but the others present also noticed the abnormality. This was because when they attacked, they had already calculated the distance. But when they attacked, they realized that the distance between them and the other party had increased in an instant. At this time, the fog here was getting thicker and thicker, blocking their vision. Their field of vision was constantly shrinking. Everyone stopped what they were doing and didn't make a move. They looked around in surprise. Lu Ming suddenly realized that the people who were further away from him were completely enveloped by the fog. He couldn't see them at all. Gather! The ancestral dragon shouted, calling for the people of the heaven realm to gather. Gather! The divine ancestor of the evil god race also shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two groups of people rushed toward the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor. But in the process, they realized that the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor were getting further and further away from them. Then, they disappeared in front of their eyes. Senior! Lu Ming rushed over, but he didn't find anything. The ancestral dragon had disappeared. Lu Ming turned around and realized that even more people had disappeared. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others had all disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Xian Yanqing was the closest to Lu Ming. At this moment, his figure was getting fainter and fainter. Xiao Qing, Lu Ming, the two of them rushed toward each other, but it was very strange. The two of them weren't far from each other. In the past, they could reach each other in one step. But now, no matter how they rushed, they realized that each other's figures were getting fainter and fainter. Then, they completely disappeared from sight. Xiao Qing, Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the place where Xian Yanqing was standing just now. But he didn't find anything and didn't hear any response. Everyone disappeared just like that. Apart from the thick fog, Lu Ming was the only one left in the world. There should be a grand formation here that separates everyone. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 2509. Looking around, all he could see was a vast expanse of white fog. His field of vision was only 2 meters. Beyond 2 meters, it was all blank and nothing could be seen. At the same time, the world was silent and there was no sound at all. Lu Ming focused and paid attention to the surroundings, not daring to be careless. No one knew what kind of danger they would face next. Lu Ming waited for a while, but found that there was no movement at all. Except for the thick fog and no one, there was nothing unusual. After a while, Lu Ming decided to start moving. He couldn't just wait here. Lu Ming identified the direction of the abyss according to his feeling and then walked in the opposite direction of the abyss. Lu Ming's speed was not fast. He maintained a constant speed. In front of him was all hills. Lu Ming kept walking for more than 10 days. He didn't know how much distance he had covered. During this period, there was nothing unusual, nothing attacked him, and he didn't encounter any danger. Splash. At this moment, there was the sound of water flowing in front of him. Lu Ming was energized. More than 10 days of walking in a fog without any sound and with a visual range of less than 2 meters was very uncomfortable. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been driven crazy. However, cultivators had a strong will. More than 10 days were nothing, but it was uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed when he heard the sound. Lu Ming strode forward. After a while, there was light in front of him. Lu Ming's vision suddenly widened. There was no fog in front of him. What came into view was a sea, a boundless sea. And Lu Ming was now on a beach. This seawater, when Lu Ming saw the seawater, his eyes narrowed. Because the seawater here was yellow and misty. It was obviously the water of the netherworld. There's so much water of the netherworld. Does the water of the netherworld flow here? Lu Ming was very surprised. Standing on the beach and looking out, he could see islands in the sea. Some islands were very close to Lu Ming. They looked like small black spots. Huh. Then, Lu Ming saw a small boat on the beach. The boat looked like it was made of wood, but it floated on the water of the Yellow Springs without a scratch. This cursed land is called Yellow Springs Island. Could it be one of the small islands in this sea? And to reach Yellow Springs Island, I have to take this small boat? Lu Ming pondered. In the next instant, a great emperor weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming tossed the great emperor weapon out. Whoosh! With Lu Ming's strength, the great sovereign weapon flew out like a bolt of lightning. However, when the great emperor weapon flew into the Yellow Spring Sea, it seemed to be met with a strong resistance. Its speed became extremely slow. At the same time, there seemed to be a gravitational force in the Yellow Spring Sea. The great emperor weapon fell into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, flying was not feasible. He could only take this small boat. However, Lu Ming did not immediately board the boat and go out to sea. Instead, he searched the surroundings to find the others. Unfortunately, he did not find anyone. It seemed like he was the only one left in the world. I guess everyone's encounter is similar to mine. They should all see a small boat and take it out to sea. I believe we will meet again when we reach Yellow Springs Island. Lu Ming thought. Then, without hesitation, he jumped onto the small boat. He activated his strength and the small boat shot out like an arrow. Let's go to the nearest island first. Lu Ming headed towards the nearest island. It seemed that the island was not very far away. When he rushed there, he realized that it was really far away. The main reason was that the seawater here was all Yellow Springs water. He could not speed up the boat. So, he had to sail for more than an hour before he could travel a short distance. Lu Ming did not notice that not far from him, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. The upper body of the figure was that of a human, while the lower body was that of a snake. It was a snake man. However, he could actually survive in the Yellow Springs water. If Lu Ming and the others saw it, they would definitely be shocked. He, another tribulation has passed? I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. The snake man sneered, then dove into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to control the boat. Suddenly, Lu Ming was shocked. He felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around abruptly and threw a punch behind him. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void and blasted out. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the sea behind him. It was the snake man. His entire body glowed, condensing a spear and stabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force hit it. With an explosion, Lu Ming's fist force shattered. The powerful force pushed Lu Ming and the boat back rapidly. A snake man? He actually came out of the Yellow Springs water. Lu Ming was shocked. Kid, your reaction is not bad, right? The snake man sneered. His long and narrow eyes were filled with excitement. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. If you want to know, defeat me first. The snake man said coldly. Fine, then I'll defeat you first. Lu Ming said. With a thought, the divine nine-dragon cauldron appeared. However, as soon as the divine nine-dragon cauldron appeared, it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force and shrank rapidly. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew into his glabella, disappearing. This, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Ha ha ha, you want to use a treasure to deal with me? Let me tell you, in this place, no treasure can be used. You can only rely on your own strength. Do you understand? The snake man laughed. I can defeat you without using a treasure. Lu Ming controlled the boat and rushed toward the snake man. At the same time, Lu Ming's body emitted a purple gold light. Lu Ming used the path of domination and condensed a purple gold long spear. At the same time, he also burst out the strength of his physical body. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming used all his strength. With a sweep, the purple gold long spear rapidly expanded and swept toward the snake man. This is the path of domination. How is it possible? At this time, the snake man was completely stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with a very shocked expression and completely forgot to defend. Boom! Lu Ming's spear directly hit the snake man's body. The snake man's body directly exploded and disappeared into energy. It's not the real body, but just a projection. Lu Ming's eyes moved. At the same time, he was curious and surprised. Because the snake man just said that it was the path of domination. The snake man actually knew about the path of domination? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Back then, the ancestral dragon also said that this was the power of a ruler. Now, this snake man also said that this was the path of domination. More importantly, the name of this power was given by Lu Ming himself because this power had a kind of charm of a ruler. Chapter 25:10. In every cursed land, there's a statue that contains the will of a sovereign. A Naga here recognized my sovereign Tao at a glance and was so surprised. What's the connection? Lu Ming kept pondering in his heart as thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. Lu Ming continued to steer the boat to the nearest island. At this time, on the island Lu Ming was going to, a Naga was shouting and laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha. The Tao of the Sovereign Lord. So it's the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. I thought it would be a blessing to find someone who could possibly comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Who would have thought that someone who has already comprehended the Tao of the Sovereign Lord would show up? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Could it be that the heavens don't want us to die? No, I have to tell the others about this. This snake man was dancing excitedly. It was the snake man who had attacked Lu Ming previously. After talking to himself for a while, the Naga's body glowed. Then, another Naga appeared and rushed out, plunging into the Yellow Spring Sea and disappearing. Not long after, the Naga's projection appeared on another island and joined the other creatures. Why did you call us in such a hurry? A creature covered in flames that looked like it was made of magma said. A big discovery, a big discovery. Another tribulation is over, and the creatures from the outside are coming in again. The Naga cried. Nonsense, do you think we don't know? Many people have already set off to take the test. Some have even landed on some islands. The magma-like creature said disdainfully. That's not what I'm talking about. Do you know, I just found a foreign human who has mastered the Sovereign Tao. The Sovereign Tao, ha ha ha. The Naga laughed excitedly. The scene fell silent. The other creatures looked at the Naga with their mouths agape. Then, their breathing began to become heavy. What did you say? You said, someone has mastered the Sovereign Tao? A humanoid creature with a pair of transparent wings said. He was tongue-tied and looked extremely excited. Yes, it's absolutely true. There's no mistake. The Naga nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha, great. There's hope for us. Ha ha ha. Following that, the few living beings started laughing maniacally as though they had gone mad. No, this matter must be reported to the Lord. Wait for me, I have to report this matter to the Lord and let him decide. The humanoid creature with the transparent wings said. Go, go. The others urged him. Then, the winged humanoid creature soared into the sky and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The others waited patiently. They didn't have to wait for long before the humanoid creature with the transparent wings returned. How was it? What did the Lord say? The others hurriedly asked. My Lord said to adjust the assessment method for that person. The specific assessment method is as follows. The transparent winged creature explained the rules of the trial to Nye Tian. It's that? The others stared at each other. The Lord said that it's not that difficult. If he can't even pass this, then there's no hope for us. Only if he passes will he have a chance to help us complete that matter. The winged creature said. What if he doesn't pass? The others asked. Then we'll kill him. A cold killing intent flashed in the winged creature's eyes. This, all right. The others sighed, then left and began to make preparations. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that there were already some difficulties waiting for him ahead. He steered the boat forward, and finally, after a few hours, he arrived at the nearest island. The island wasn't big, and it was lush with vegetation. Lu Ming jumped onto the island. When Lu Ming leaped onto the small island, the small boat dissipated with a bang and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that he could only go forward and not back. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming walked toward the depths of the island. Whoosh! Lu Ming hadn't gone far when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. A sharp light struck at Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming didn't even think. A purple gold spear appeared in his hand and swept out, blocking the attack behind him. Boom! With a boom, Lu Ming's figure drifted back slightly. At the same time, he saw a figure drifting back. It's you again. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was that snake man again. But this time, Lu Ming could see that the other party had come in person. Brat, that was just my projection. The snake man sneered. Who are you? Also, how do you know my path of sovereign? Lu Ming asked several questions. If you want to know, beat me first. The snake man sneered, and with a leap, he charged at Lu Ming again. Whoosh! The spear in the snake man's hand was as fast as lightning and shockingly powerful. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, using both his physical body and path of sovereign. His spear trembled as he charged at the snake man. The two exchanged several dozen moves in the blink of an eye, but it was difficult to determine the victor. His strength is about the same as mine. Lu Ming's heart shook. He discovered that the snake man's strength was almost the same as his. It couldn't be so coincidental, unless the other party had intentionally suppressed his strength to the same level as his. Whoosh! Suddenly, the snake man's attack changed. His spear turned into several hundred phantoms that stabbed at Lu Ming, making it difficult to see clearly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind became highly focused as he retreated. All he could see were the phantoms of the spear. All of a sudden, Lu Ming moved. He only thrust his spear once. This thrust did not pierce any of the spear shadows. Instead, it pierced into the void. Bam! When Lu Ming pierced the void, there was a loud roar. A long spear suddenly appeared in the void and the other phantoms of long spears disappeared without a trace. Kid, your combat awareness is not bad, but this is far from enough. Again. The snake man's eyes lit up, and then he attacked again. His figure flickered, and he attacked Lu Ming with incomparable speed. This time, his attack was even more strange, craftier, and unpredictable. For a moment, Lu Ming was beaten back repeatedly. The other party's strength was about the same as Lu Ming's, but his attacks were more mysterious and often caught Lu Ming off guard. Will I lose if our strength is the same? No way. Lu Ming roared inwardly, and his mind became more and more focused. He entered a mysterious mode, as if everything in the world was under his control. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's spear stabbed out continuously, and each strike blocked the other party's attack. Bam! Bam! Chapter 25:11. After so many moves, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the other party's attacks. Although the other party's attacks were strange, they were blocked by Lu Ming every time. Sometimes, Lu Ming didn't even need to deliberately block. It was as if it was an instinct. When the other party attacked, he could instinctively attack and block the other party's attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Lu Ming adapted to the other party's attacks, Lu Ming began to counterattack. Moreover, every move attacked the other party's flaws. Lu Ming could often find the other party's flaws and counterattack at the critical moment. This kind of battle awareness, the more the Snake Man fought, the more shocked he became. At the same time, there was also excitement. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged another 100 moves. At this time, the Snake Man was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Suddenly, the Snake Man raised his spear and erupted with an astonishing power. Lu Ming was directly bounced away. That was clearly the power of a peak heavenly emperor. After bouncing Lu Ming away, the Snake Man didn't chase after him. Instead, he shouted that he would stop fighting. Did I win? Lu Ming asked. You won. The Snake Man said. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was very excited. His eyes swept over Lu Ming's body as if he was looking at a treasure. Lu Ming's skin was covered in goosebumps from being stared at. Cough cough, Senior, who exactly are you? Lu Ming asked again. Me? I'm the gatekeeper here. The Snake Man said. Gatekeeper? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, gatekeeper. You outsiders want to enter Yellow Spring Island. Since you have to accept the test, we gatekeepers will send you to different islands according to your performance. Let me tell you, many islands contain some opportunities. It will be very beneficial to outsiders like you. The Snake Man said. Then how can I step into Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming asked again. Of course it's to pass all the tests. Just now, I was testing your combat awareness. Your combat awareness is not bad. You passed this test. The Serpentine Man said. Senior, how do you know that I control the Tao of the Sovereign Lord? Have you seen it before? Also, I've seen statues in the cursed lands outside, and they all seem to contain the will of the Sovereign Lord. What's going on? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. You'll naturally know the answer to these questions after you've passed all the checkpoints. Now, you've passed through this island and are on to the next one. The Serpentine Man said. Let's go to the next island. Didn't they say that many islands have opportunities? Doesn't this island have any? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. Stop looking. There's nothing on this island. After saying that, the Serpent Man moved and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. Others would have fortuitous encounters when they passed the trial, but why didn't he get anything when he passed? Lu Ming walked forward gloomily. After passing through the island, he saw a pontoon bridge on the beach ahead. It extended all the way to the next island. From afar, the island was fiery red, as if it was filled with flames. Clearly, his path had been arranged. He could only go to this island because only this island had a path. The other islands had no paths. Lu Ming stepped onto the pontoon bridge and sped up. When Lu Ming approached the island, he found that it was really covered in flames, like a mountain of flames. The blazing aura could be felt from afar. Soon, Lu Ming officially arrived at the island. What a high temperature! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the temperature of any place on this island was as high as tens of thousands of degrees. With this kind of temperature, not to mention ordinary people, even many hard refining materials and some strange metals would turn to ashes here. Even Lu Ming had to circulate his energy to resist. Lu Ming stepped onto the island. When Lu Ming stepped onto the island, the pontoon bridge in the Yellow Spring Sea disappeared. Lu Ming patrolled around. There was nothing. The island was completely silent. There was no sign of any vegetation or living creatures. This island should be the second stage. What will it have? Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was cautious. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the ground shake. There seemed to be a giant walking towards him. Boom. Boom. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He saw a giant walking towards him. It was a giant with flames all over. Its body seemed to be made of magma. It was dozens of meters tall and looked like a small mountain. Boom. After a while, the giant raised its fist and smashed it at Lu Ming. In the process of smashing out, the giant's fist wriggled, turning into a giant hammer. The terrifying power made Lu Ming alarmed. Can't take it head on. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, and his figure retreated hastily. In my hands, you can't escape. The giant opened its mouth. Taking a step, it actually leaped up. Its speed was astonishingly fast, approaching Lu Ming with extreme speed. Both fists blasted out continuously. Balls of magma actually flew out from its body, turning into magma fists one after another, blasting towards Lu Ming. There were too many magma fists. Furthermore, each one was extremely fast. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't avoid all of them. Lu Ming could only condense a long spear with his Tao of Sovereign and sweep it out, sweeping towards the few magma fists. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge towards him. His body directly flew out, smashing into a small hill, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably solemn. This magma giant's cultivation was peak Heavenly Emperor. And this place was the same as before. Lu Ming could not control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron at all. Unable to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, Lu Ming just relied on his own strength. Even if he erupted with fleshy body strength and the power of Sovereign, it would only barely reach the standard of a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. It was simply impossible to be the other party's match. Bang! The magma giant took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was swift to the extreme, launching another attack. It pushed with both hands. A huge meteor formed, wrapped in magma through its body, slamming down towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best, stabbing out a shocking spear light. But, under the bombardment of the meteor, Lu Ming's spear light directly shattered. The huge meteor directly slammed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was sent flying again, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split apart. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to turn into ashes. If not for him revolving the imperishable ancient scripture and desperately resisting, he probably would not have been able to withstand it already. But that magma giant did not stop at all, blasting another punch over. Chapter 25:12. Right now, Lu Ming was not a match for the magma giant at all. Even if he did his best, he was only equivalent to a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. The difference between him and a peak Heavenly Emperor was huge. Lu Ming was severely injured and did not have the strength to fight back. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. At the same time, he was also very worried about Xianyanqing, Xiang, and the rest. The difficulty he encountered was so great, so dangerous. What about Xianyanqing and the rest? What would happen? He was unwilling. He wanted to resist. He desperately urged the 9-dragon cauldron. However, there was a force between heaven and earth that was too strong, completely suppressing the 9-dragon cauldron. Bang! The magma giant landed beside Lu Ming, looking down at Lu Ming from above. You're too weak. The magma giant opened his mouth. Magma flowed on his body, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to humiliate me, don't even think about it. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. The magma giant seemed to smile and continued, I won't kill you now, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you in the future. I'll give you a chance now. I'll give you 50 years. In these 50 years, you can only stay on this island. Within these 50 years, you have to think of a way to defeat me. If you can't defeat me after 50 years, I will kill you and destroy your body and soul. Do you understand? After saying that, the magma giant turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared. Giving me 50 years, is this a test? Lu Ming pondered. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might, beginning to heal his injuries. Although his injuries were heavy, they did not harm his source. Under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, he quickly recovered. Not long after, Lu Ming recovered. Within 50 years, if I want to defeat that magma giant, my combat strength must at least surpass that of an ordinary peak heavenly emperor. After recovering from his injuries, Lu Ming had no choice but to consider this question. 50 years seemed very long, but that was only for ordinary people. For people at Lu Ming's level, it would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor in 50 years, it would be difficult. With Lu Ming's current situation, if he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor, there were only two paths. The first one was a breakthrough in the physical body. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious arts to the middle stage of the 6th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor, or perhaps he could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor. As long as he cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious arts to the late stage of the 6th level, his physical strength would skyrocket, equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Coupled with the power of the Tao of Sovereign, Lu Ming was confident he could defeat the lava giant. However, with the 7 gods' mysterious art at this stage, it would be extremely difficult for him to improve further. If he cultivated step by step, it would be normal for him to spend tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Those Archean body cultivators had to spend a lot of time and effort to break through to the next level. Why did Lu Ming break through so quickly before? That was simply because his lucky chances were too deep, obtaining one rare treasure after another. Those treasures, each one of them was a rare treasure in the world. Refining that kind of treasure, Lu Ming's physical body broke through consecutively. If he cultivated step by step, Lu Ming's physical body realm would be far from his current level. Wanting to cultivate the physical body to the level of a peak heavenly emperor within 50 years was virtually impossible. The second path was to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's Tao of Sovereign was too powerful, able to cross an entire realm. As long as the Tao of Sovereign was cultivated to the peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's combat strength would be equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Then, with the power of the physical body, he could also defeat the lava giant. However, to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak heavenly emperor within 50 years, it was simply harder than breaking through the physical body. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Previously, Lu Ming was able to continuously break through because he had comprehended the will of Sovereign on the statue. However, it had also taken him several decades. Now, to ask him to comprehend it himself and break through within 50 years, it was even more impossible. However, Lu Ming had to do it. Lu Ming had no doubt that if he did not defeat the other party after 50 years, he would definitely be killed by the other party. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind began to ponder at high speed. This must be a test. If it's not a test, then the other party can kill me right now. Since it's a test, there will definitely be a chance of survival. Oh right, that snakeman from before said that there would be opportunities on some islands. Maybe this island also has similar opportunities that can allow me to break through. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to search on the island. The island was not very big, with a radius of several thousand miles. Very quickly, it was searched by Lu Ming. There was nothing. This island did not have the slightest bit of vegetation, nor the slightest bit of life. Apart from flames, there was only flames. There was only a magma lake that was filled with terrifyingly hot magma. The temperature was at least a dozen or 100 times higher than outside. There's nothing. How should I break through? Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumble sounded again. The huge magma giant came again. Brat, do you think you can defeat me just by standing here in a daze? Watch me hammer you. The magma giant roared. Its arm turned into a huge magma hammer and smashed towards Lu Ming. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Lu Ming was furious and fought with the other party. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was beaten down and heavily injured. I just think that you're easy to bully. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hit me. The magma giant shouted in an infuriating manner. After that, it laughed loudly and left. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Along the way, it had always been him suppressing others. This time, he was suppressed by a big fool. It was really depressing. No, I must break through within 50 years. I will not die here. Lu Ming's gaze became firm and then he began to heal his injuries. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming began to comprehend the sovereign Tao. When Lu Ming was cultivating, the magma giant did not come to deal with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the sovereign Tao. However, his progress was slow and his gains were minimal. No, at this rate, I won't be able to break through to the peak Great Emperor realm in 50 years. Lu Ming muttered to himself. If he cultivated step by step like this, it would not be possible even if he had several times more time. Lu Ming's talent was already high enough. If it was someone else, without any opportunities, they would not be able to break through in 50,000 years, let alone 50 years. Rumble. At this moment, the magma giant appeared again after a year. As soon as it appeared, it raised its fist and smashed over. Lu Ming was naturally no match for the other party. Soon, he was heavily injured again. Brat, you haven't improved at all. I think you'll be dead in 50 years. Chapter 25:13. Lu Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. Especially the lava giant's annoying look, it made Lu Ming gnash his teeth in anger. But then, Lu Ming had no choice but to reconsider the problem of cultivation. No, cultivating the path of sovereign, without any external help, it's impossible to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm within 50 years. It's better to cultivate the physical body. There are flames everywhere here, and the temperature is shockingly high. It's burning the body all the time, but it has a tempering effect. It's better to cultivate the physical body, and there's still a trace of hope. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to cultivate the physical body. It was not only because of the environment here, but also because there was only one bottleneck in the cultivation of the physical body. Once he broke through this bottleneck, Lu Ming's physical strength could reach the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming was only a 5-star Great Emperor. If he wanted to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm, there would be 2 bottlenecks during this period. Breaking through one bottleneck was naturally easier than breaking through 2 bottlenecks. Having made his decision, Lu Ming put down the path of sovereign and began to cultivate the physical body. Lu Ming removed the defense on the surface of his body and circulated the 7 gods' mysterious art. Immediately, the temperature outside reached tens of thousands of degrees, enveloping Lu Ming's body. Chi chi chi, Lu Ming's body emitted a chi 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 sound. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated. When his muscles vibrated, the high temperature outside seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming temper his body. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming took out a stock of Emperor medicine and refined the energy of the Emperor medicine to assist in his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It's a little effective. The speed of cultivation here is several times faster than other places, but I can't break through in 50 years. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. With the help of the high temperature, it was indeed faster to cultivate one's physical body here compared to the outside world. However, it was not so fast that it was exaggerated. Lu Ming estimated that it would be difficult to cultivate to the late-stage 6th level within 50 years. To that lava lake. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of the magma lake. There was a lava lake on the island, and the temperature was at least several dozen times higher than outside. Lu Ming wanted to use the lava lake to cultivate. This was a cruel and extreme method, but Lu Ming had no other choice. Go. Thinking of this, Lu Ming directly rushed towards the magma lake. When they arrived at the edge of the lava lake, horrifying heat waves surged towards Lu Ming. The temperature here was 10 times higher than anywhere else. Just by standing on the side, the temperature here was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had no choice but to circulate his energy to resist. Get used to it first. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to rush into the magma lake. The temperature below was too high. It was far from what ordinary magma could compare to. It was too terrifying. If Lu Ming directly jumped down, even with the strength of his body, he would probably be melted. Immediately, Lu Ming removed his defense at the edge of the magma lake and began to cultivate. As soon as he removed his defense, the horrifying heat enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be burning. Chi, bursts of green smoke rose from Lu Ming's body. Bursts of tearing pain came from all over his body. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. This pain was nothing to him. Sure enough, Lu Ming felt that the effect of cultivating here was better. Lu Ming revealed a trace of joy. Then, he calmed his chi and focused on cultivating. Time passed quickly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had completely adapted to the high temperature of the magma lake. In these 3 years, the magma giant did not come to find Lu Ming again. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and jumped into the magma. 3 years of adaptation was enough. Now, he wanted to use the magma to temper his body. He had been on this island for more than 4 years. Time passed quickly. 50 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He had to hurry. After jumping into the magma, Lu Ming sank into the magma. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Pain. Incomparable pain. Lu Ming discovered that his skin began to melt. Subsequently, his muscles began to melt as well. Block it. Lu Ming growled. While circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to recover quickly, he also circulated the 7 gods' mysterious art to temper his body with the high temperature here. In the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Although he was in pain all the time, the effect of cultivating here was indeed much greater. This was an extremely extreme cultivation method. Ordinary people could not bear it at all. This was because the physical body was constantly in the process of being melted and healed. How many people could endure such pain? Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Lu Ming had been on this island for almost 30 years. However, Lu Ming's body still had not broken through. It was still at the mid-stage of the 6th level. Not enough, continue down. Lu Ming began to sink. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature of the magma lake. After descending a few hundred meters, the temperature here was several times higher than above. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Not far away, the magma giant was watching. This kid is tenacious and decisive. He's ruthless to himself. Not bad, not bad. The magma giant muttered. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, completely forgetting the time. Every once in a while, he would sink for a period of time. Later, he almost sank to the bottom of the magma lake. Break through. On this day, Lu Ming growled. His muscles and bones trembled violently, emitting thunderous sounds. Moreover, there were waves of dragon roars. Boom! Boom! The surrounding magma exploded continuously. At the bottom of the magma lake, it was as if there was a wild behemoth rolling about. Boom! Suddenly, the magma exploded. A figure rushed out from the bottom of the magma lake. This figure emitted an astonishing aura from head to toe. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. At this moment, his muscles trembled. The blood in his meridians surged like an angry dragon, powerful to the extreme. Broke through. His physical body finally broke through, reaching the late-stage 6th level of the 7 gods' profound art. At this level, the strength of the physical body was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, almost cultivated to the peak. After a long while, the aura on Lu Ming's body concealed itself. Lu Ming's mind stirred. A set of clothes appeared and he put them on. Previously, in the magma lake, his clothes had long been burned. 46 years, I finally broke through. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. It had already been 46 years since he came to this island. In these 46 years, Lu Ming did not rely on any rare treasures. He relied purely on his own willpower to break through the bottleneck and push his physical body to the peak. Chapter 25:14. However, there was no point in cultivating the 7 gods' arcane art at this point. Although there was still a 7th level of the 7 gods' arcane art, there were only 4 words. 10,000 elements in one. That was the entire content of the 7th level of the 7 gods' arcane art. Lu Ming was confused. Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a series of roars in the distance. The magma giant appeared again. Kid, you finally dared to show up after hiding for so long. Come and take my punch. Before the magma giant arrived, it threw a punch from afar. A huge fist that was condensed from magma blasted toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. If it was when Lu Ming had just arrived on the island, Lu Ming would not be able to block it at all and would be injured by this punch. But now? Boom! Lu Ming's muscles trembled as he threw a punch across the air. Lu Ming did not use the power of the path of sovereign in this punch. It was just the strength of his physical body. When the punch was thrown, the void was directly penetrated, and a pitch-black void appeared. Endless void storms condensed into fist force and blasted toward the magma fist. Boom! The two attacks collided fiercely, and the entire island shook. Then, the two dissipated. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems that you've broken through. Come, play with me. The magma giant laughed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Today, I'm going to beat you up. A murderous light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His muscles and bones shook, and his body directly passed through the space and appeared in front of the magma giant. He punched continuously with both fists. The magma giant also showed a strong fighting spirit. As its body moved, magma fists blasted toward Lu Ming. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner. Ha, kid, not bad. You can fight with me, but you're still a little short if you want to defeat me. The magma giant grinned. Then add a little more. Just now, I was just warming up my muscles and bones. Lu Ming sneered. Just now, he was indeed stretching his muscles and bones. His physical body had just broken through, and his strength had skyrocketed. He needed some time to get used to it, so he didn't use the power of the Tao of Sovereign just now. Instead, he relied purely on his physical strength. Now, he was almost used to it. Boom! Lu Ming's aura became even stronger. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple gold light. With the addition of the Path of Ruler, Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased. Although the increase was not particularly great compared to his physical strength, it was enough to suppress the lava giant. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming began to attack again. A purple gold fist light tore through the air, instantly shattering the lava giant's attack and forcing it to retreat. After a dozen or so moves, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and punched the lava giant's chest. The lava giant's chest exploded, and a big hole appeared. However, the lava giant's entire body seemed to be condensed from lava. The huge hole that was blasted open was completely fine, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. "Brat, not bad, you win," Magma Giant shouted. "Again, I'm not done yet. Continue." Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Lu Ming had been beaten up by the lava giant several times before, and he was really angry. If he didn't beat him back, it would be difficult for him to vent his anger. "Nest, brat, I've already let you win, but you're still fighting, Magma Giant shouted. In a moment of carelessness, he was punched in the face by Lu Ming. Half of his face had exploded, but it recovered in an instant. However, Lu Ming kicked the lava giant's stomach again, sending him flying. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after him, continuing to attack. You're shameless. You're still attacking. Stop, Nest, Magma Giant kept shouting, but his vitality was too tenacious. After being hit by Lu Ming continuously, he seemed to be fine. He couldn't be killed at all. However, after being hit, he still felt pain, so he kept screaming. After being hit by Lu Ming dozens of times in a row, Lu Ming stopped. At this moment, the lava giant looked at Lu Ming with resentment. It was as if a young girl in her prime had been humiliated by a thug. Narrow-minded, vengeful. Magma Giant muttered. "What did you say?" Lu Ming glared. "Nothing. You've passed. Continue to the next island." Magma Giant turned around and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming revealed a smile. With his current strength, he was finally standing at the peak of the Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm. Without the need for the 9-dragon cauldron, he could suppress a peak Heavenly Emperor with just his own strength. In the current Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, other than the invincible powerhouses who were half a step into the Martial God Realm, there were also true martial gods. He no longer had any opponents. However, in the entire Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, how many demigods and martial gods were there? In the past, he had to look up to the realm, the existence that he had to look up to. Through his hard work, he had finally reached it. What's on the next island? Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived at the other end of the island. Sure enough, Lu Ming found a pontoon bridge here that led to the next island. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the pontoon bridge, heading towards the next island. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the next island. This island was completely different from the previous island. This island was full of vitality, with green trees and a faint fragrance in the air. Lu Ming wandered around the island. After wandering around for a long time, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the island. Here, there was a huge mountain peak. Below the mountain peak, there was a cliff. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that there was a huge statue at the bottom of the cliff. The statue was exactly the same as the statues that Lu Ming had seen in the other cursed lands. The only difference was that it was many times bigger. On top of that, the statue was filled with the will of the ruler, and it was extremely strong. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel the strong will of the ruler spreading in all directions. Following this, Lu Ming shifted his gaze upward and discovered a huge word carved on the cliff above the statue. The word battle. 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 When Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the word battle, there was suddenly a loud roar from the word battle. It was filled with an endless fighting spirit. It was as if an undefeatable expert was having a great battle with someone. Following this, the voice disappeared. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, the word of battle began to twist, as a mysterious intent surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. It was as if the word of battle represented the origin of all battles, battle strength, and battle skills. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Amazing, this is too amazing. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming felt like he had a new understanding of the various battle skills and abilities that he had cultivated in the past. Not bad to be able to reach this island. Chapter 25:15. A voice suddenly came from behind Lu Ming, shocking Lu Ming. There was someone behind him, but he did not notice at all. Even with his current cultivation and powerful spiritual perception, he was still unable to notice that someone was standing behind him. Lu Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a pair of transparent wings on his back. He was standing not far away, looking at Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming said with a stern look, "Are you the guardian of this island?" "No, I'm not the guardian." The man with transparent wings shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, those are the guardians." His finger was pointing at the statue and the word battle. "Those are the guardians?" Lu Ming was confused. "That's right, I know you've mastered the Tao of the ruler realm. This trial is very simple. You just need to fully comprehend the will of the ruler realm on the statue and fully comprehend the character, battle, within 100 years to pass the trial." The man with transparent wings said. "What if I fail to comprehend it within 100 years? Lu Ming asked. "If you fail to comprehend it, I'll come and kill you," the man with transparent wings said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. He did not doubt the man's words at all. The man with transparent wings gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was no match against the man. The man was at least a half-martial god, or even a martial god. "Make full use of your time and comprehend it," the man with transparent wings said. He turned around and took a step forward, vanishing into thin air. Lu Ming had no idea how the man had disappeared. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming headed toward the cliff. 100 years. Lu Ming did not believe he could not comprehend the will of the Tao of rulers and the word battle on the statue. Not far from the statue, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the sovereign will on the statue. The will of the sovereign lord on this statue was much stronger and more profound than the ones on the statues Lu Ming had encountered before. Moreover, it was many times more intense and profound. It was naturally much more difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. He could sense that as he studied the statue, he was gaining new understandings of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, and was becoming more and more adept at using it. Even though he was using the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, he couldn't fully unleash its wonders. However, Lu Ming was still able to learn a bit about the Tao of the Sovereign Lord from the statue, which he eagerly absorbed. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord was progressing rapidly. Lu Ming could already sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming was not in a rush to achieve a breakthrough. He continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord for another 2 years, before taking out a huge number of G.O.D. stones and absorbing them to achieve a breakthrough. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully achieved a breakthrough and achieved the 6-star martial monarch realm. My cultivation has improved tremendously with this statue. It won't take me 100 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming was in a great mood after achieving a breakthrough. He was full of confidence. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. It was even more difficult to achieve a breakthrough. This time, Lu Ming spent over 20 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Crack. When Lu Ming fully comprehended the will of the ruler on the statue, cracks appeared on the statue. Just like the statues that Lu Ming had encountered in the past, they shattered. I've comprehended it all. With my current understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Time to do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to take out the divine stones and began to refine them frantically. This time, it took a few months for Lu Ming to achieve a breakthrough and reach the peak 7-star martial monarch realm. The world energy in his body, the purplish gold energy, became denser and denser. With a thought, his entire body was covered with the purplish gold Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming felt that he was now filled with boundless energy. With a casual strike, he could shatter the earth and shake the heavens. With the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, Lu Ming could suppress an ordinary peak heavenly emperor with just the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Coupled with the power equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's current combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. I wonder if I have the confidence to face an invincible demigod realm powerhouse now. Lu Ming pondered. He hadn't fought before, so he wasn't very sure. However, he knew that an invincible demigod realm powerhouse was much stronger than a peak heavenly emperor. Without fighting, he didn't have any confidence. It's only been less than 30 years, and I've already comprehended this statue. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the word of battle. Lu Ming pondered. After consolidating his cultivation, Lu Ming looked at the word battle. Waves of wondrous concepts emerged in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming began to carefully comprehend them. But a few months later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and was somewhat bewildered. After a few months of comprehension, he felt that this word of battle was simply unfathomable and unimaginably profound. At the beginning, he seemed to have benefited a lot. But as he continued to comprehend, he became more and more confused and puzzled. This word of battle was not a martial skill, battle skill, or divine ability. It seemed to be a kind of concept, an extremely profound concept. It was as if this word of battle was the origin of all battles. Whether it was battle skills, martial skills, divine abilities, and so on, they were all contained within this word battle. It was all-encompassing. It was truly all-encompassing. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he comprehended this word battle, he would be able to use any battle skill or divine ability at his fingertips. He would be able to use any weapon with ease. Wonderful, too wonderful. Lu Ming was not surprised, but delighted. He had a feeling that this was a great opportunity. As long as he grasped it, he would benefit immensely. Lu Ming began to comprehend again. Lu Ming had underestimated the difficulty of comprehending this word battle. In the first 20 years, Lu Ming seemed to be wandering in doubt, unable to make any real gains. The difficulty of comprehending this word was much more difficult than the Tao of Sovereign. It wasn't until 20 years later that Lu Ming finally made some progress. He had made considerable gains and was on the right track. At this time, he had been on this island for 50 years. And he had been in the Yellow Springs realm for more than 100 years. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was like a sponge, desperately absorbing water from the outside. Soon, Lu Ming had been on this island for 80 years. There were only 20 years left before the 100-year deadline. Lu Ming was still comprehending and had not finished. In the center of the Yellow Springs Sea, there was a huge island. This island was the largest island in this sea region. On it, there were undulating mountain ranges and countless peaks. Many of the peaks had huge palaces built on them. Chapter 25:16. Yellow Spring Island was the core of this place. At this moment, 2 pontoon bridges appeared on the shore of Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They extended from a small island in the distance to here. 2 figures were running wildly on the pontoons, heading toward Yellow Spring Island. One of them was the ancestral dragon, and the other was the other tribe's divine ancestor. The 2 of them had reached Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They were also the first to reach Yellow Spring Island. When the 2 of them reached Yellow Spring Island, they noticed each other, and their gazes met. Ancestral dragon, you're quite fast. The other tribe's divine ancestor sneered. You're not slow either. Ancestral dragon said. Both of them were emitting cold killing intent. However, both of them were wary of each other and did not attack. At this moment, the 2 of them discovered a towering tree not far from them. This tree was incomparably huge, with a diameter of at least a few hundred meters. It towered into the clouds, and the entire tree, not only its trunk, but also its leaves were suffused with multicolored light. However, the most eye-catching thing was the fruits on the tree. There were a total of 18 fruits, and each of them was only the size of a fist. However, they immediately attracted the attention of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. Fruits of life. It's the fruits of life. The other tribe's divine ancestor muttered, his eyes burning with passion. He had finally found the fruit of life. Wasn't his goal in entering Yellow Spring Realm for the fruits of life? With the fruits of life, his injuries would be healed. In fact, with enough fruits of life, divine ancestor Shah Xian's injuries would also be healed. At that time, it would be easy for him to flatten the celestial realm. At the same time, the ancestral dragon's eyes glowed with passion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the two of them pounced toward the fruits of life. The two of them reached out to grab the fruits of life at the same time. However, at this moment, the entire fruit of life glowed. Then, two roots emerged from the ground and whipped toward the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. Bam! Bam! The power of the roots was unbelievably strong. The hands of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor were instantly crushed, and the two of them were sent flying. The expressions of the two changed, turning slightly stern. In the next moment, the two of them moved again. They unleashed their full strength and pounced toward the fruit of life. Crash! This time, the ground surged, and more than 10 roots appeared in an instant, whipping towards the two like a violent storm. Bang! Bang! The two of them continuously collided with the roots. Then, their bodies violently trembled and they retreated far away. At the same time, they spat out blood. Both of them were actually injured. They were two martial gods, yet they were injured by the roots of the tree of life. If the people from the heavenly realm and the evil god realm saw this, they would be dumbstruck. Their gazes were somewhat gloomy. The ancestral dragon didn't seem to be affected by the situation, but the outsider's sacred patriarch had an unsightly expression on his face. His desire for the fruits of life and death far exceeded that of the ancestral dragon. Damn it! The outsider's sacred ancestor roared in anger. He had gone through so much trouble to get here. Could it be that he couldn't get the fruit of life? Right at this moment, the space above the tree of life rippled as a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. He looked very refined. When this person was young, he must have been a refined young master. The holy ancestor and the ancestral dragon both looked at this person warily. Because they couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. This time, only the two of you have entered the martial god realm. The middle-aged man glanced at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and murmured with a confused look. Currently, we're the only martial gods in the outside world. The sacred ancestor said. Only two martial gods. Strange, what's going on outside? Where is this place? The middle-aged man murmured, before looking at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and said, "You're looking for the fruit of life, right? The fruit of life only ripens once every countless years. It's not ripe yet. It's not ripe yet?" The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor were startled. That's right, it's not ripe yet. Therefore, if you try to pluck it, the tree of life will attack you. However, once it's ripe, as long as you don't harm the tree of life, it won't retaliate. The middle-aged man explained. How long will it take for the fruit of life to ripen? The sacred ancestor asked. Soon, the fruit of life is about to ripen. As for how long it'll take, I can't say for sure. If it's fast, it might take a few years, or a few hundred years. You just have to wait a little longer. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Following this, he glanced into the distance and mumbled, "Will that kid be able to pass the trial? Let's hope so." After so many years, someone has finally mastered the Tao of Tao. At least there's some hope. Saying this, he turned around and disappeared from the place. The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered with murderous intent. A few hundred years was nothing to them. They just had to wait a little longer. When the fruit of life ripened, they would surely have an intense battle to compete for it. The ancestral dragon, in particular, had the urge to kill the sacred ancestor right away. Once the sacred ancestor obtained more fruits of life, the heaven realm would be in great danger. But in the end, they were still not confident. The two of them did not rashly make a move. They sat at the side and waited. Time gradually passed. A few years later, a third person finally arrived at Yellow Spring Island. It was the heavenly lightning monarch from the heaven realm. A few months later, an undefeatable expert from the evil god tribe arrived as well. Following this, more people arrived at Yellow Spring Island. 10 years later, more than 100 people from each side arrived at Yellow Spring Island. Each of them had passed a different trial. It did not mean that those with lower cultivation would fail the trial. Therefore, there were differences in cultivation among the people from both sides. After arriving, they were warned by the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor to stay away from the fruit of life. If anyone below the martial god realm was struck by the roots of the fruit of life, they would definitely die. The crowd waited patiently. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came from the fruit of life. This fragrance made people feel comfortable all over when they smelled it. All the pores on their bodies opened up. Some people who had hidden injuries quickly recovered. The fruit of life had ripened. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor reacted the fastest. They immediately dashed toward the fruit of life. This time, when they approached the fruit of life did not attack them. The fruit of life had indeed ripened. Ancestral dragon, die! The sacred ancestor suddenly yelled. He turned around and charged at the ancestral dragon. You're the one who's going to die. The ancestral dragon had the same thought as he charged at the sacred ancestor. Chapter 25:17. The two martial gods clashed fiercely. Neither of them could get close to the tree of life. Those below the martial god realm seized the opportunity and rushed toward the tree of life. There were more than 100 people on each side. How could 18 fruits of life be enough? Naturally, they fought fiercely. More than 100 people were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Soon, some people died. The heavenly thunder sovereign was fighting a demigod from the evil god tribe. Ching Song, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others all had their own opponents. The area around the tree of life was boiling, and the chaotic energy was overflowing. Bang! Bang! The ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor fought high up in the sky. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Both sides wanted the fruits of life, but they did not want the other side to get them. Naturally, they would fight with their lives on the line. Don't fight. Snatch the fruits. The other tribe's divine ancestor transmitted his voice to his subordinates. All of the evil god tribe members attacked the heavenly realm beings. Then, they seized the opportunity and rushed toward the fruits of life. Not good. Snatch the fruits of life. The heavenly realm beings also shouted and rushed toward the fruits of life. In an instant, each of the 18 fruits of life was targeted by more than 10 people. Everyone surrounded the fruits of life and started another round of chaotic battle. However, there were still fruits of life that were snatched away. The first fruit of life was snatched by the demigod from the evil god tribe. However, the heavenly thunder sovereign also obtained one. Both sides exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, several fruits of life were snatched away. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ordinary-looking evil god tribe member emitted a shocking blood-red light. Then, a drop of blood flew out and turned into a human figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly. The blood all over his body wriggled and emitted a shocking killing intent. Kill! The blood-red figure rushed out. The blood-red light was like a sword as it charged toward the heavenly realm beings. Those beings with heavenly emperor cultivation were directly killed. Divine ancestor Shah Exian. The ancestral dragon roared. Although Shah Exian has not recovered, he still has the strength of a demigod. Let's see how you guys block him. The other tribe's divine ancestor roared. Saint Ancestor Shah Exian had the strength of a demigod and an almost immortal body. He was too strong. Other than the heavenly thunder sovereign, no one in the heaven domain was a match for him. Wherever he went, the living beings in the heaven domain would either die or be injured. Divine ancestor Shah Exian snatched several fruits of life. Soon, all 18 fruits of life were plucked. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian cast his gaze towards the living beings of the heaven realm who had obtained the life fruits and charged towards them. Damn it. Don't even think about it. The ancestral dragon roared and turned into a huge true dragon. His body was covered in layers of flames and his aura was rising rapidly. Ancestral Dragon, are you crazy? Do you want to die? The sacred ancestor roared in shock. At worst, we'll just die together. Roaring, the dragon ancestor charged madly toward the outsider's sacred ancestor. Boom! Boom! After a series of explosions, the sacred ancestor was knocked back, and his body trembled. Ancestral Dragon was going all out, burning his life essence to kill divine ancestor Shah Xian and the other divine ancestor. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, if they allowed them to recover, the consequences would be dire. They might as well take them down with them. Lunatic. The foreign race's divine ancestor bellowed, not daring to continue fighting. In a flash, he charged towards divine ancestor Shah Xian. Divine ancestor Shah Xian turned into a streak of blood light and disappeared into the foreign race's divine ancestor's body. Go! The alien race's sacred ancestor shouted and charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. Stay here. Ancestral Dragon roared, staring at the foreign race's divine ancestor as he charged madly. The two fought fiercely, clashing repeatedly. The foreign race's divine ancestor was injured, but he did not linger and focused on escaping. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, there was no need for him to risk his life against Ancestral Dragon. As long as he recovered in the future, they would be the ones to succeed. Ancestral Dragon and the foreign race's divine ancestor charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. The other foreign races also charged toward the mountains and palaces on Yellow Spring Island. Yellow Spring Island was huge, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. There were countless mountains and palaces scattered around. Although the heavenly world beings chased with all their might, they were not stronger than the foreign race. Soon, they lost track of the foreign race. Ancestral Dragon chased for a while, but he could not catch up to the foreign race's divine ancestor. The foreign race's divine ancestor had escaped, disappearing into the vast mountains. Ancestral Dragon's face was extremely ugly. He retreated and began to gather the heavenly world beings. He had just burned his life essence, and now, he was weak and his aura was weak. Soon, the heavenly world beings gathered. Senior Ancestral Dragon, you burned your life essence. Quickly swallow a fruit of life to stabilize your injuries. A heavenly world being walked out and gave him a fruit of life. Although the fruit of life was extremely precious and he could not bear to part with it, he understood that Ancestral Dragon was the key to the heavenly world. Without Ancestral Dragon, it would be useless no matter how many fruits of life he obtained. Alright, I'll remember this fruit of life. I'll compensate you accordingly. Ancestral Dragon nodded. He did not stand on ceremony. He took the fruit of life, swallowed it, and began to refine it. A few days later, Ancestral Dragon's aura stabilized. As expected of the fruit of life. Ancestral Dragon exclaimed. The effects of the fruit of life were truly astonishing. Now, the energy of that fruit of life was far from being refined. However, because he had burned his life essence, he had stabilized it. In the future, as long as he continued to refine the fruit of life, his injuries would slowly recover. How many fruits of life did we get this time? Ancestral Dragon asked. Senior Ancestral Dragon, I'll have one. I'll have one too. Immediately, the heavenly world beings who had obtained the fruits of life walked out. There were a total of 6. Including the one that Ancestral Dragon had swallowed, there were a total of 7. Ancestral Dragon and the heavenly world beings had ugly expressions. In that case, the evil god tribe had obtained a total of 11 fruits of life. 11 is enough for Moke and Shah Xian to recover. Ancestral Dragon whispered, his face exceptionally gloomy. Although Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's injuries were serious and only had a strand of bloodline left, with so many fruits of life, he would definitely be able to recover. This would be a disaster for the heavenly world. Senior Ancestral Gragon, I'm willing to give this fruit of life to you. Me too. Those who had obtained the fruits of life handed them to Ancestral Gragon. They knew what was important and what was urgent. All right, I'll accept them all. First, I'll heal my injuries. If there are more, I'll give them to the other injured experts to help them recover. Also, if you need anything, just say the word. Ancestral Gragon said. At this time, he did not stand on ceremony. Moreover, the ancient war was exceptionally tragic. Not only was Ancestral Gragon injured, but there were also other experts. For example, peak heavenly emperors, such as the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm. But now, their injuries had healed. Chapter 25:18. This Yellow Spring Island is filled with mountains and palaces. It might contain opportunities. Let's form a team and explore it. Then, Ancestral Gragon looked at the mountains and ordered the heavenly realm beings to form small teams and enter the vast mountains to explore and see if they could find any opportunities. As for Lu Ming, he was still on that island, comprehending the word battle. It had been 90 years since he came to this island. After so many years of comprehension, he had benefited a lot. The word battle was too exquisite. As Lu Ming comprehended it, his experience of combat had greatly deepened. Although he did not have any combat skills, Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared as soon as he attacked. His every move was filled with powerful combat strength. His previous battle skills and divine abilities were a lot more powerful when he executed them. The word battle was too wonderful. In other words, no matter what combat skills or divine powers Lu Ming cultivated in the future, their power would be strengthened. No matter what weapon he used, he would be able to wield it with ease and unleash its strongest power. This was battle. As long as it was related to combat, it would be improved. After comprehending the word battle for decades, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve at all, but his combat strength was stronger. Now, he was more confident. In the past, he did not have much confidence in facing an invincible demigod. Now, he had the confidence to fight. Swoosh. Swoosh. Boom. Boom. Under the cliff, Lu Ming's figure flashed and danced, displaying all kinds of divine powers. Under the support of the word battle, the power of these divine powers was increased by a lot. This cultivation lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. After 9 days and 9 nights, Lu Ming stopped. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath, his eyes bright. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Ming laughed. Crack. At this moment, a crack began to appear on the word battle. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. It was exactly the same as the previous statue. Lu Ming had already thoroughly comprehended the word war. When the word battle cracked, the void flashed, and the man with the transparent wings reappeared. Not bad. To be able to fully comprehend the battle character formula within 100 years, his talent is not bad. The man with the transparent wings nodded, excitement flashing in the depths of his eyes. Senior, can I proceed to the next stage? Lu Ming said. The next stage? That's it. This is the last stage. The transparent winged man smiled. It's the last stage. Can I head to Yellow Spring Island now? Lu Ming was overjoyed. All right, I'll send you there. The translucent winged man nodded and waved his hand. A disc array flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. The disc array shot out a pillar of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt himself stepping into the teleportation array. In the next moment, his body disappeared. The void rotated. After a while, Lu Ming found himself in a spacious hall. Where is this? Is this Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming was a little stunned. He originally thought that he would appear on the island. He did not expect to appear in a hall. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings. The main hall was empty except for a statue at the very top. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this statue the one that he had been looking at previously? However, the statue here did not have the slightest hint of a ruler's will. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the void and a figure appeared. It was an elegant middle-aged man in a white robe. This middle-aged man was the one who appeared above the tree of life to warn ancestral Gragon and the others. Congratulations on passing all the stages and arriving here. The elegant middle-aged man smiled. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. I'm Bai Ya. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Lu Ming, you've mastered the Tao of Ruler. Your talent is extremely rare, similar to my master's. Tao of Ruler, Senior, is there really such a Tao between the heavens and earth? It's just a name I came up with. Lu Ming asked. You came up with it? Ha ha ha, that's a coincidence. That's right, the Tao of Ruler does exist. Those who practice the Tao of Ruler will be able to control the God force of the Ruler realm once they rank up to the Martial God realm. It's an extremely high-level God force. Bai Ya said. Martial God realm, God force of the Ruler realm? Lu Ming was confused. That's something the Martial God realm is related to. Your cultivation is still too weak, so you don't have to worry about it. Bai Ya said, most importantly, you've passed all the stages and arrived here. Besides, you've also practiced the Tao of Ruler, thus you can inherit my master's succession. Succession? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Let me tell you, my master is an extremely powerful existence with outstanding talents and an immeasurable cultivation. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain is my master's treasure. Bai Ya said. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. His heart was filled with great astonishment. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain was Bai Ya's master's treasure. Heavens! The size of the Yellow Spring Mountain was comparable to the total size of the 9 heavens of the Heaven Realm. It was boundless, with countless living beings, including martial gods. On top of that, Lu Ming had stumbled into a few experts on the Yellow Spring Island. The man with the transparent wings and the scholarly man before him were both immeasurable. Lu Ming suspected that they were both martial gods. Therefore, the master that Bai Ya mentioned was most likely stronger than the martial gods. Stronger than the martial gods? Did such a person really exist? Previously, Lu Ming had thought the martial gods were the strongest existences in the world, but it seemed like that was far from the truth. There were existences stronger than the martial gods. Legend had it that the Yellow Spring Mountain came from the outer world, thus there must be existences stronger than the martial gods. Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. At his current level of cultivation, he was almost at the peak of his cultivation. The evil god tribe did not have many opponents in the entire heaven realm. Now that he knew there were existences stronger than the martial gods, Lu Ming had a higher goal. I can obtain the succession of such an existence. Having this thought, Lu Ming's heart burned passionately. My master's name is Jingyu. This statue is my master. You must have seen my master's statue in many places before. That's because this treasure belongs to my master. Therefore, many places worship my master's statue. Bai Ya said. Lu Ming came to a realization. He finally understood why every cursed land had a statue. Unfortunately, my master is dead. He was killed by a traitor. Meanwhile, we and the Yellow Spring Mountain are sealed here. We will never be able to leave for generations. Chapter 25:19. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine when Bai Ya released a wisp of his aura. With his current cultivation, he was like an ant facing an elephant. He could not resist at all. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. That was what Lu Ming felt. He had a feeling that if Bai Ya wanted to attack him, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. He did not feel that from the ancestral dragon or the divine ancestor. Lu Ming was even more shocked. An existence like Bai Ya was sealed here and could not leave for generations. Also, Bai Ya's master, Jingyu, was definitely stronger, but he was killed. How strong was their enemy? Also, there were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Were they also set up by their enemy? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. However, there is always a way out. Every 10,000 years, the seal of the Yellow Springs Mountain will loosen, and you people from the outside will be able to enter. We have been looking for a suitable candidate to inherit Master's legacy. Unfortunately, there are not many outsiders who come in each time, and very few of them are talented. We have waited for a long time, and finally, you are here. Baya said. Senior, there must be a condition for me to inherit Senior Jing Yu's legacy, right? Lu Ming said. Baya looked at Lu Ming with admiration. You are very smart. Not bad, there is indeed a condition. I can tell you this. Back then, Master was framed. He was wronged and died. Master's bloodline will be sealed here forever. Therefore, if you want to inherit Master's legacy, you must swear on your life essence that you will avenge Master in the future, clear his name, and save us from this place. As expected, Lu Ming knew it was not simple. Lu Ming said with a wry smile, Senior, with your cultivation and Senior Jing Yu's cultivation, you are not a match for him. How can I do it? You can't do it now, but that doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. There is no time limit for this. With your talent, you may be able to surpass Master in the future. Although this is difficult, there is still some hope. I can tell you that what you have comprehended is only one of the billions of Master's legacy. If you can obtain Master's legacy, you will be able to avoid many detours in the future. Baya began to tempt Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind was also thinking rapidly. Baya's master, Jing Yu, was obviously a terrifying existence. His cultivation was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Avenging such a person would definitely be very dangerous. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the evil god tribe. If the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Sha Xian recovered, he wouldn't even be able to get past the evil god tribe. Everyone in the heaven world would die, including his family and friends. As for agreeing to White Fang's request to avenge Jingyu, that was something that would happen many years later. Furthermore, even if he failed, he would be the only one who would die. Moreover, if he could obtain Jingyu's legacy, he might have a way to fight against the evil god tribe. At the thought of this, Lu Ming made a decision. All right, Senior, I agree. Lu Ming said. Good. Baya was overjoyed. However, you still have to swear on your life origin. Swearing on life origin was different from a blood oath. Blood oaths could be resisted at the martial emperor realm. However, swearing on life origin was directly applied to one's life origin. Not to mention martial emperors, even martial gods would find it difficult to resist. If one went against the oath, they would suffer terrible punishment. Lu Ming immediately swore on life origin according to Bai Ya's request. Senior, I still don't know who Senior Jing Yu's enemy is. Lu Ming said. How could he take revenge if he didn't even know who his enemy was? Do you know about the Taishu dynasty? Baya asked after pondering for a while. Taishu dynasty? Never heard of it. Lu Ming shook his head. Never heard of it? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Those guys must have sealed us in a very remote place. You should have heard of the Wuji Galaxy, right? Baya said. Wuji Galaxy? Lu Ming was even more confused. I haven't heard of the Wuji Galaxy. What about the primitive universe? You should have heard of it, right? Baya said. Lu Ming shook his head hard. You haven't heard of the primitive universe? Baya was dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Ming and was tongue-tied. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. He really hadn't heard of it. Was it shameful to not have heard of it? Where did those guys seal us? I haven't even heard of the primitive universe. No wonder so few geniuses came in these years. Ruthless, those guys are really ruthless. They want us to never be able to rise again. Baya's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was very smart and didn't say a word. A while later, Baya finally calmed down. You don't know anything. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to explain it clearly. How about this, you can inherit Master's succession first. After White Fang finished speaking, a picture scroll appeared in his hand. After opening the picture scroll, a young man was drawn on the picture scroll. He was extraordinarily handsome and lifelike. It was by Ye's master, Jing Yu. On top of that, the will of the ruler of Dao from the portrait was shockingly strong. It was many times stronger than any of the statues that Lu Ming had come into contact with. Lu Ming, use your Dao of the ruler to resonate with Master's portrait. You will be able to inherit Master's succession. Bai Ye said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately executed his Dao of the ruler. As he expected, as soon as he executed his Dao of the ruler, the scroll emitted a purple golden glow. A moment later, the scroll turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's mind. At that instant, Lu Ming felt like he could see a young man with his hands behind him standing in his divine sense. His figure was emitting a brilliant purple golden glow, which represented the will of the ruler of Dao. Battle. At that instant, the young man uttered a roar as the word of battle flew out. The word of battle was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had come from the river of time. It was as if it represented the origin of all battles between the heavens and earth. It was mystical and immeasurable. It was countless times more mystical than the word of battle that Lu Ming had comprehended before. A moment later, the rare phenomena in Lu Ming's mind disappeared. Only two things were left in his divine sense. A scroll. An ancient word of battle. There was no other information, nor was there any martial art or secret art. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. How was it? What did you get from Master's succession? Bai Ye asked. There are only two things. One is a painting, and the other is the ancient word, war. There is no other information. Lu Ming said in disappointment. I see, I understand now. Master has sealed everything in the scroll. It must be because your cultivation is too weak that you didn't get any information. Chapter 25-20. Lu Ming was really speechless. His cultivation was too low. One had to know that with his physical body and path of domination combined, he was confident that he could fight a demigod. Now, in the entire heaven realm, evil god realm, and the primordial realm, how many people were his match? But in White Fang's eyes, his cultivation was too low. Don't worry, as long as your cultivation breaks through in the future, the seal in the scroll will also be opened. Not only will there be Master's cultivation method, but there will also be some information about Master's enemies. White Fang said. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, you look very disappointed. You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know how envious I am? Do you know how mysterious the battle word you obtained is? How big of a background it has? That's the origin ancient word, the origin ancient word, do you understand? If it was in the primitive universe, I'm afraid countless terrifying existences would fight over it. White Fang exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. The origin ancient word? Lu Ming continued to be confused. He realized that he could not understand what White Fang was saying. Forget it, you won't understand even if I say so much. Remember, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you must try not to expose the secret of the battle word. Otherwise, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Also, the battle word you comprehended before is only 1/1,000,000th of the origin ancient word. No, it's 1/1,000,000,000th of it. So, in the future, you have to comprehend more of this battle word. The benefits it will bring you are unimaginable. This battle word was accidentally discovered by Master. He hasn't comprehended it yet. Others don't know about it at all. Otherwise, those guys would definitely not leave behind the inheritance of others. White Fang continued to blabber on and on. Lu Ming seemed to understand, but he could only remember it all in his heart. Also, this is for you. A storage ring appeared in White Fang's hand, and he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and was overjoyed. There should be some treasures in the storage ring. Lu Ming's spiritual sense probed inside. In the next moment, Lu Ming revealed a trace of disappointment. The things in the storage ring were very simple. There were only two things. There was a sword and a huge wooden chest. With a thought, the sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This weapon, Lu Ming sensed it and then injected his world energy into it. Immediately, he felt that this battle sword was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, there was a strong devouring power that crazily devoured the world energy in his body. Lu Ming was so scared that he quickly cut off his connection with the battle sword. How horrifying! Lu Ming felt that if this battle sword erupted, its might would be many times stronger than that of a heavenly Dao tool. This is a divine weapon, a weapon used by martial gods. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to control it. Its energy will be sucked dry. You should use it when you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. White Fang said. Divine artifact. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He finally knew the name of the weapon used by martial gods. The reason being that the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes had both used weapons of this level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This weapon was priceless. Lu Ming put the weapon back into the storage ring and took out the wooden chest. As soon as he opened it, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately assailed his nose. Inside the wooden box were many sparkling and translucent fruits. The life essence was simply astonishingly rich. Lu Ming was astounded. He could sense that the fragrance of the fruits was similar to that of the life and death pill, but it was stronger than the life and death pill. These are the fruits of life. White Fang explained, the tree of life on Yellow Springs Island will bear fruit every once in a while. However, for you people from the outside world, the myriad tribulation will only come once. Therefore, I have collected the fruits that bear fruit at other times. There are a total of 180 fruits here. The fruit of life's medicinal effect is not bad. Take it. Thump. Thump. Lu Ming's heart pounded rapidly. There were 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He was truly ecstatic. As for White Fang's remark that the medicinal effect was not bad, Lu Ming ignored it. Not only was the fruits of life and death pill effective, but they were also priceless treasures. Lu Ming had seen the effects of the life and death pill. The injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm could not be healed even after countless years, but they had mostly recovered in a few days. The fruits of life were even more amazing. Didn't the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes fight to the death for the fruits of life? But now, Lu Ming had obtained 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming quickly closed the lid of the wooden chest and put it away. Lu Ming was over the moon. He was very satisfied. He had gained a lot this time. Alright, I've told you what I should, and I've given you what I should. Now, let me send you out. White Fang said. How do we get out? Lu Ming asked. There's a boat on the other side of the Yellow Spring Island. You can take it and leave. I'll transmit my voice to the people on the island. White Fang said. Senior, wait. Lu Ming blurted out. What is it? White Fang asked. Senior, are there people with 3 eyes on the island? Lu Ming asked. That's right, there's a martial god among them. White Fang said. Senior, can you kill the martial god with 3 eyes? Lu Ming asked. If he could kill the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, everything would be resolved. No way. White Fang shook his head and said, we've been sealed here, thus we're under a lot of restrictions. We can't help you. Those people are your enemies, right? You should take care of them yourself. If you can't even take care of such weak enemies, how are you going to face stronger enemies in the future and avenge Master? Saying this, White Fang's figure disappeared with a flicker. Lu Ming was left speechless. Weak? That was a martial god, yet he was weak. Lu Ming finally realized that his values and thoughts were completely different from White Fang's. There was no way he could compare them. Not long after White Fang left, he came back. Alright, I've spread the news. I'll send you out now. With that, White Fang waved his hands and Lu Ming's body disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. Brother Qin Tsang. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he saw a few people flying in a certain direction. Brother Lu Ming. Qing Tsang was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. He immediately flew over. Brother Lu Ming, let's go. Senior Ancestral Dragon is summoning us. Qing Tsang said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. He followed Qing Tsang and the others and flew in a certain direction. A while later, they met up not far away from the Tree of Life. Shao Qing, Dandan. Chapter 25-21. Speaking of which, they had not seen each other for nearly 150 years since they entered Yellow Spring Island. They were naturally happy to meet each other now. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that whether it was Xianyanxing or Dandan, their cultivation had greatly improved. Xianyanxing's cultivation had already reached the peak of 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Dandan was not much worse. He was also a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, a pontoon bridge appeared on all the islands in the Yellow Spring Sea region. On those islands, there were many figures rushing towards Yellow Spring Island. They were those who did not reach Yellow Spring Island and stayed on other islands. Soon, Lu Ming saw Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. None of his friends were fine, and their cultivation had all improved greatly. Lu Ming was relieved. A few hours later, no one appeared on those islands. Everyone is here. Let's go. Ancestral Dragon led everyone and rushed to the side of Yellow Spring Island. Along the coastline, they soon discovered 2 huge warships. Rumble. One of the battleships began to rumble as it sped forward. On it were the foreign race's divine ancestors and some other experts of the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe actually left first. One had to know that there were still some evil god tribe members on the island who had not boarded the ship. Clearly, the foreign race's divine ancestor was afraid that Ancestral Dragon would fight him to the death, so he abandoned some evil god tribe members and left first. This guy is really despicable. Ancestral Dragon said angrily. He really wanted to fight the foreign race's divine ancestor to the death. Unfortunately, the foreign race's divine ancestor was deliberately avoiding him. The remaining evil god tribe members sighed helplessly when they saw the foreign race's divine ancestor and the others leave. They had been abandoned. Fortunately, the Yellow Spring world was incomparably huge. Staying here was not much different from staying in the evil god realm. When they saw the Heaven Realm experts' malicious gazes, their expressions changed. They rushed in another direction and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Ancestral Dragon called everyone to board the heaven-piercing warship. Soon, everyone boarded the heaven-piercing battleship. The heaven-piercing battleship began to move forward, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Before long, a huge vortex appeared, and the outsiders and their heaven-span battleships charged into it. This time, it didn't throw everyone out like it did when they first came in. The 2 sky-reaching battleships followed the vortex and landed below. Then, the water of the Yellow Springs flowed forward, forming a large river. Was this the source of the Yellow Springs River? Everyone couldn't help but think so. The Yellow Springs River originated from here, then flowed one round before returning to the Yellow Springs world, forming a cycle. Therefore, as long as they traveled along the Yellow River, they would one day arrive at the battlefield outside Two Realms City in the Grand Lucid Heaven domain. However, it would probably take a long time. The battlefield outside Two Realms City was already relatively close to Yellow Springs Mountain. If they took a detour from here, they would probably be very far away. Everyone looked for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming, Xianyanxing, and the others gathered together, chatted for a while, and then went their separate ways. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a deck. With a thought, the picture scroll and the word battle appeared in his mind. Lu Ming's attention was focused on the word battle. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed that there was an infinitely mysterious aura emerging. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. It could only be sensed but could not be expressed in words. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. This was Lu Ming's feeling toward the word battle. The word battle that Lu Ming had comprehended when he passed the third trial originated from here, but it was only a trace of it. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending. The more he comprehended, the deeper his understanding of battle became. The Yellow Springs River was really long. They continued to travel like this for a full 2 years. At this time, the alien race's divine ancestor in front of them made a move. He forcefully tore open a space and then rushed into the space crack with the sky-reaching battleship. That's Tartarus Heaven. Many people saw and recognized the world behind the space crack. Obviously, the alien race's divine ancestor and the others had entered Tartarus Heaven and planned to return from there. Soon, the space closed. They continued forward. Since they had reached Tartarus Heaven, they would not be far from Taiching Heaven. Everyone stopped cultivating and began to wait. Indeed, not long after, the ancestral Gragon made a move and tore open the space. From the space crack, one could see that the other side was the battlefield outside Two Realms City. Let's go. The ancestral Gragon led the sky-reaching battleship through the space crack and returned to the battlefield outside Two Realms City. They were back. Many people exclaimed. This time, they had been in Yellow Springs Mountain for more than 100 years and experienced a lot. Now that they were back, it felt like a dream. Whoosh! 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 Everyone flew out of the sky-reaching battleship and flew toward Two Realms City. Soon, they were near Two Realms City. Senior Ancestral Gragon and the others are back. When they approached, the experts on Two Realms City noticed them and hurriedly opened the array to let them in. After entering, they learned that in the past 100 years, the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe had not made any moves and had been in a stalemate. Then, everyone bid farewell and left. This time, many people had fortuitous encounters in Yellow Springs Mountain. Especially on Yellow Springs Island, many people had fortuitous encounters and needed to find a place to go into seclusion and digest them. The ancestral Gragon also left and returned to the lair of Zulong. He needed to use the fruit of life to recover from his injuries. Now, they were in a hurry. It could be foreseen that the alien race's divine ancestor would also recover from his injuries at the fastest speed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Xiang Xiang, and the others stayed in Two Realms City for the time being. Lu Ming, I have to go too. My cultivation has reached the 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to return to my previous peak level. Dandan bid farewell to Lu Ming. Dandan, this is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade box flew to Dandan. Dandan reached out and received it. When he opened it, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Dandan's pupils contracted, revealing a fiery look as he exclaimed, "This is the fruit of life." Kid, how did you get the fruit of life? He remembered that when they were fighting for the fruit of life, Lu Ming was not there. Shoo, lower your voice. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Fortunately, there were only the two of them here, and no one else. Who am I? Let me tell you, I have a lot of fruits of life. Lu Ming said proudly. Really? Dandan was skeptical. Nonsense, of course it's true. You can use this fruit of life to restore your cultivation to its peak. Lu Ming said. The fruit of life not only treated injuries, but also had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. In fact, even if someone who was not injured took the fruit of life, its function was extremely heaven-defying. Chapter 25-22. You really have more, then give me another one. Dandan's eyes lit up and he began to look around Lu Ming's body. I knew you were insatiable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Hey, what do you mean insatiable? Now that the war with the foreign races is imminent, I want to raise my cultivation. In ancient times, I was not far from the demigod realm. If you give me another life fruit, I will definitely be able to break through to the demigod realm. Dandan shouted. Alright, I'll give you another one. Lu Ming waved his hand and another jade box flew towards Dandan. Dandan received it and looked at it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Ming with even more fiery eyes. "Get lost, there's no more," Lu Ming berated. In the end, Dandan reluctantly left. After Dandan left, Lu Ming found Xian Yanqing and gave Xian Yanqing 2 life fruits. Xian Yanqing's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Although Xian Yanqing was not injured, relying on the 2 life fruits, he could also unleash his potential and help him break through to the demigod realm. After that, Lu Ming called Bubbles, Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others over and gave each of them 1 life fruit. Lu Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others' cultivation was not very high. After consuming a life fruit, they would definitely transform and have endless potential. In the future, when they cultivated, their path would definitely be smooth and they would improve quickly. After that, Lu Ming returned to Yuan Lu and gave his parents and Autumn Moon a life fruit each. Lu Ming's parents, with Lu Ming's help, refined the life fruit and their cultivation soared. In a short month, they broke through to the martial sage realm. The life fruit was simply too heaven-defying. Even the martial god had a great effect on it. Using it on a martial emperor was simply a waste of resources. However, Lu Ming did not care. Moreover, it was impossible for a martial emperor or martial sage to refine the life fruit. If they consumed it, their bodies would probably explode from the medicinal strength. However, with the help of Lu Ming's sovereign Tao, there was no problem. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian broke through to the martial sage realm and their lifespans reached more than 100,000 years. Only then was Ming satisfied. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of the fruits of life were too heaven-defying. They were far from being able to refine them. In the coming days, their cultivation bases would definitely skyrocket. With the help of the life fruit, their comprehension speed of the laws were shockingly fast. In time, breaking through to the martial emperor realm was not a problem. As for Qiu Yu, Lu Xiangxiang, and the others, their cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds in the coming days. After 1 round, Lu Ming consumed 15 fruits of life. After settling these matters, Lu Ming then calmed down and started to think about his cultivation path. Next, he had 2 paths. One was to cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art and break through the physical body. He had already cultivated his physical body to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Next, he could start to break through to the martial god realm. However, the 7th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art only had 4 words, return to 1. This left him scratching his head and without a clue. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to put down his physical body and cultivate the Sovereign Tao. The Sovereign Tao, he was only at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Next, he could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. There was still a long way to go. Moreover, the Sovereign Tao had Jing Yu's painting as a reference. It would be much easier to cultivate. Having made a decision, Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Tao. Now, his cultivation was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. In a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Lu Ming stopped cultivating. His eyes flickered with doubt. While he was cultivating the Sovereign Tao, he felt a powerful force between the heavens and earth stopping him, preventing him from breaking through. The force felt like the force of the world, the force of the Heavenly Tao. What's going on? Why is the force of the heavens and earth stopping me? Lu Ming frowned. He could not figure it out. He began to feel anxious in his heart. There was not much time left for him. Now that the foreign tribe's divine ancestor had returned with 11 fruits of life, he and sacred ancestor Sha Xian would consume the fruits of life to recover their cultivation. Once they recovered, a great battle would break out. The final battle was about to begin. Lu Ming had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation before that. Be it his physical body or the Sovereign Tao, he had to make a breakthrough in one of them. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the foreign tribe's divine ancestor and sacred ancestor Sha Xian. Let's ask Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming planned to ask Ancestral Dragon. Moreover, he still had a large number of fruits of life. He planned to give away some of them to improve the combat power of the heavenly realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming moved. He tore the space apart and soon arrived at the lair of Zulong. He flew toward the mountain where Ancestral Dragon lived. When he arrived at the main hall at the highest point, a figure flashed and stopped Lu Ming. It was the five-element Qilin, one of the top 10 battle beasts. "Senior, I have an important matter to discuss with Senior Ancestral Dragon." Lu Ming clasped his fists. "Senior Ancestral Dragon is recuperating in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to see you." The five-element Qilin said. "Recuperating in seclusion?" Lu Ming sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Ancestral Dragon about it when he first returned. "It's fine." At this moment, a figure flashed and Ancestral Dragon appeared. "Senior, you," the five-element Qilin was stunned. "This is just a projection of me. My real body is refining the fruits of life to heal." Ancestral Dragon smiled. Lu Ming and the five-element Qilin both let out a long sigh of relief. "Five-element Qilin, you may leave first," Ancestral Dragon said. "Yes." The five-element Qilin bowed and accepted the order, then left. "Lu Ming, why are you looking for me?" Ancestral Dragon smiled. "Senior, I'm here this time because I have something to give you." Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon took it curiously and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Ancestral Dragon's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Originally, with his temperament, there were almost no things in the heaven realm that could shock him like this. However, there were things in the storage ring that Lu Ming gave him. Because there were a total of 100 fruits of life in Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming had a total of 180 fruits of life. He had used 15 before, so there were 165 left. Lu Ming kept 65 for himself and gave the rest to Ancestral Dragon. "Fruits of life, these are fruits of life, so many of them." Ancestral Dragon mumbled to himself. Even his breathing became heavier. "Lu Ming, how did you get so many fruits of life?" Ancestral Dragon said in disbelief. "I had a fortunate encounter at the Yellow Spring Island, so I took all the fruits of life that the island had produced over the years." Lu Ming smiled and continued, "I'll give these fruits of life to you to heal your injuries." "No, this is too much, keep some for yourself," Ancestral Dragon said. "I've already kept some for myself." Chapter 25-23. Ancestral Dragon was speechless. After a while, he said, "Actually, we obtained 7 before. If I want to heal my injuries, 5 would be enough." However, during the ancient war, many experts in my heaven realm were seriously injured. Their life source was damaged, and it has been difficult for them to recover after so many years. These life fruits can be given to them. This way, the strength of my heaven realm will increase by a lot. Then it's all up to Senior. Lu Ming said. This was his original intention when he gave these life fruits to Ancestral Dragon. "Lu Ming, this time, you have made a great contribution to our heaven realm. If you have any requests, feel free to ask," Ancestral Dragon said with a smile. "Senior, this junior really has a question to ask." "Senior, this junior wants to ask, what is 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Lu Ming asked. 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Ancestral Dragon carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked, "Your cultivation has already reached this step, show me." "All right." Lu Ming nodded, then his muscles trembled, and his blood and qi rolled like a dragon. His aura was astonishing. This was the power of the physical body. Then, his body emitted a dazzling purple gold light. Lu Ming also unleashed the Tao of Sovereign to the extreme. Good, good, good. Ancestral Dragon's face was filled with excitement as he said good 3 times. In his eyes, he had previously felt that Lu Ming's cultivation was incomparably powerful. Now that he confirmed it, he really could not hide the excitement in his heart. His physical body was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and his Tao of Sovereign had also reached an astonishing level. such a young age, this was simply a miracle. He understood that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's trip to the Yellow Springs world this time was probably an unimaginable opportunity. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the better it was for the Heaven Realm. The happier he was. Lu Ming, you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, right? Ancestral Dragon asked. That's right, Senior, please guide me. Lu Ming nodded. The next step for your flesh is the Martial God Realm. In order to rank up to the Martial God Realm, you must have some understanding of this realm. The Martial God Realm is different from all the realms before the Martial God Realm. The Martial God Realm is called a god, but it has already reached another category. Before the Martial God Realm, it can be said to be the first step of cultivation. Cultivating to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Realm can be considered to have cultivated the first step to perfection, and the Martial God Realm is the second step of cultivation. Ancestral Dragon explained in detail. Lu Ming listened attentively. At the same time, he was shocked. The cultivation before the Martial God Realm was only the first step. Achieving the Martial God Realm was the second step. Did that mean that the second step of cultivation also had many realms? The Martial God Realm is very special. It mainly cultivates divine power. The Ancestral Dragon added. Divine power? Lu Ming was puzzled. He thought back to the Ancestral Dragon, the other race's sacred ancestor, and the other race's sacred ancestor. That's right, divine power, but in order to cultivate it, you have to combine the elements into one. What do you mean by combining all kinds of forces, such as the rules, intents, great Tao, heavenly Tao, mystical skills, the force of the flesh, the force of the world, etc.? No matter what kind of force or system you're practicing, they will all merge together in the end and transform into a higher level force, which is the divine power. Only by achieving this step can one achieve the Martial God Realm. As a matter of fact, the so-called undefeatable experts, who are half martial gods, have already achieved this step. They have already combined the elements into one, igniting a godly flame in their bodies. The Ancestral Dragon said. If everything is combined into one, then the small world in your body, Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Everything has to be combined into one, transforming into the divine power. The divine power is unparalleled and powerful. The force of the world is nothing before the divine power. The Tao of rulers that you practice will transform into the divine power of the ruler realm when you achieve the Martial God Realm. It's a terrifying divine power. The Ancestral Dragon was slightly envious, but it soon turned into a sigh. Unfortunately, it's impossible for this world to have a god. It's impossible to have a god? What's going on? Lu Ming blurted out. He had a feeling that he was about to learn the secrets of the Ancestral Dragon. Sigh. The Ancestral Dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before saying, the conditions of the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, or the Demon God Realm aren't enough to support a god's breakthrough. In other words, the conditions are too bad. They can only reach the half-martial God Realm at most. The half-martial God Realm at most? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A moment later, he asked, Senior, and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, you're curious about how we reached the Martial God Realm, right? That's because we're not from the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. We came from the outside. When we came, we were already in the Martial God Realm. The Ancestral Dragon said. What? This time, Lu Ming was really dumbstruck. The Ancestral Dragon, the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, and the other martial gods were not from the Heaven Realm or the Demon God tribe. They had come from the outside. This was truly beyond his expectations. The outside, is it the ancient desolation universe? The thought crossed Lu Ming's mind. He recalled the words that Baiya had told him. Senior, does that mean we can break through outside? Lu Ming asked. Sigh. The Ancestral Dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. We can't leave now. We can't leave? Lu Ming was even more confused. It's related to a lot of things. Now's not the time to tell you. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. The ancestral dragon shook his head and changed the topic. Therefore, it's not suitable for you to cultivate your flesh now. You can only reach the half-martial god realm no matter how hard you try. You should focus on cultivating the Tao of Rulers. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll have a chance against a martial god. At least, you can do it in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming withdrew his thoughts and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said, Senior, I've been cultivating the Tao of Rulers, but I always feel like the world is stopping me, as if the heavenly Tao is suppressing me. What's going on? That's normal. It's because the Tao of Rulers is too domineering. The ancestral dragon said, the Tao of Rulers can dominate the world. It's extremely domineering. Even in the outside world, it's a rare force. The heavenly Tao is afraid. Afraid? That's right. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll be able to dominate the world with the Tao of Rulers, including the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is afraid, trying its best to suppress you and stop you from breaking through. Therefore, when you broke through to the martial monarch realm, the heavenly tribulation was so powerful. It's because the heavenly Tao is stopping you. The ancestral dragon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. No wonder it was so difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch realm, and the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination. The reason was that the heavenly Tao was afraid. Chapter 25-24. If you want to break through, you must continue to comprehend the Tao of Sovereign and deepen your understanding of the Tao of Sovereign. At the same time, you must continue to raise your strength. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to break through the obstruction of the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming was enlightened. As expected of a martial god, Ancestral Dragon had pointed out the direction for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's future cultivation would focus on the Tao of Sovereign and the battle formula. As long as his strength was strong enough, he would be able to break through the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ancestral Dragon with joy. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming, you are now the variable in this war and the hope of the heavenly realm. The outcome of this war depends on you. Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, you're exaggerating. Lu Ming said. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth. Currently, the heavenly realm is in a passive position. The Divine Ancestor has obtained enough fruits of life. He and Divine Ancestor Sha Xian will definitely recover. Even if I fight the Divine Ancestor to the death, he will be able to stop me and give Divine Ancestor Sha Xian time to recover. Once Divine Ancestor Sha Xian recovers, we'll be in trouble. On the other hand, if I don't fight the Sacred Ancestor, I won't be able to fight them on my own once they recover. Meanwhile, the other half-martial gods won't be able to achieve the martial god realm. In other words, we're in a passive position. However, you're different. As long as you cultivate the Tao of Sovereign and break through to the heavenly emperor realm, you'll have the power to dominate the heavens and earth. Therefore, you're the hope of the heavenly realm. Ancestral Gragon said a long and heartfelt speech. Lu Ming fell silent. He knew that Ancestral Dragon was right. I'll do my best to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. With the help of the fruit of life, Divine Ancestor Mok and I will recover in at most a few hundred years. However, Divine Ancestor Sha Xian's injuries are more serious and he will need more time to recover. According to my estimation, Divine Ancestor Sha Xian will recover in at most 1,000 years. Therefore, we have at most 1,000 years left. Ancestral Dragon said. 1,000 years? Lu Ming muttered as he clenched his fists. He must break through to the heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years. Lu Ming, the Tao of the sovereign realm is too profound. I've only heard of it before, but have never seen it with my own eyes. Therefore, I can't give you much guidance. You will have to rely on yourself. Ancestral Dragon said. This time, I still have to thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. All right. If you have any other questions in the future, feel free to look for me. Go. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming turned around and left the lair of Zulong, returning to the heaven realm. 1,000 years at most. Time is running out. Lu Ming muttered. The final battle would break out in 1,000 years at most. In this 1,000 years, not only did he have to make a breakthrough, but Lu Ming also wanted his family and friends to make breakthroughs as soon as possible so that they would have enough strength to protect themselves when the catastrophe came. Lu Ming planned to choose a good place in heaven and gather all of his family and friends. He planned to pool resources and provide for everyone's cultivation. In fact, his current small world was already big enough. However, although it was big enough, the cultivation conditions were still incomparable to the heaven realm. Lu Ming left the two-world city and began to search in the heaven realm. A few days later, Lu Ming appeared in the southern region of the Taiching Sky Domain, standing on a vast mountain. This is it. Lu Ming smiled. The origin qi in this mountain was extremely rich. One of the main peaks was 100,000 feet high, piercing through the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at the top of this mountain. Then, with a thought, his small world emerged. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. In the small world, the Enlightenment ancient tree rose with its roots and flew out of the small world, bringing a large amount of soil with it, and landed on the top of the mountain. As soon as it landed on the top of the mountain, the roots of the Enlightenment ancient tree wriggled and pierced into the soil of the mountain, taking root there. Lu Ming planned to plant the Enlightenment ancient tree there first and turn it into a cultivation holy land, where all his family and friends would gather. Now, the Enlightenment ancient tree was 3,000 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. It was incomparably huge. The aura of the great Tao lingered between each of its branches. Woo-woo, roar, as soon as the Enlightenment ancient tree appeared, countless monsters and strange beasts in the surrounding mountain sensed it and gathered crazily in this direction. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out, shrouding all the mountains. It was as if a huge dragon was looking down on a group of ants. All of the demonic beasts were almost scared to death. They immediately ran away, one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and began to inscribe a large formation near this mountain range, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Lu Ming spent a full month to inscribe a large formation. My cultivation of formation is far from enough. In the future, I'll get Dandan to work hard and inscribe a large formation. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he sent a message to Tu Yi and Lei Yi, asking them to come over. Not long after, Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the others arrived. From now on, you guys will stay here. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tu Yi and the others accepted the order. Also, take these 6 weapons. 6 weapons appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed them to Feng Yi, Hui Yi, and the others. These are amazing weapons. Hui Yi and the others were shocked when they sensed it. These weapons are equivalent to heavenly Tao weapons. You can use them as long as you inject energy into them. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had brought out dozens of weapons of this level from Yellow Spring Mountain. Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and Lei Yi all had heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming did not give any to them, but gave one each to Hui Yi and the others. Thank you, young master. Hui Yi and the others thanked him gratefully. Then, they led the other puppets of the Chaos Palace and started to build in this area. Soon, huge palaces and various cultivation grounds spread out with the Enlightenment ancient tree as the center. Next, he went to the battlefield outside Two Worlds City to find Evil Swordsman and Kenfei Ryu. Evil Swordsman had also injured his origin in the ancient war. Lu Ming gave him a fruit of life. After Evil Swordsman consumed it, his injuries were healed in a short while. Evil Swordsman's original cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor. Now, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also broken through to become a 6-star heavenly emperor. Of course, Lu Ming did not stay for long. After he gave Evil Swordsman a fruit of life, he left and returned to the primordial realm. He brought the people of the Dragon Alliance and Divine Dragon Valley to the Heavenly Realm, to the new territory that he had opened up. Chapter 25-25. After that, the primordial body cultivator lineage also brought a large number of body cultivators to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. In addition, Bubble, Huangling, Longchen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also brought people to the Dragon Emperor Peak. After all, the Tree of Enlightenment wasn't something that could be found anywhere. The cultivation environment here was much better than many other places, especially the 3,000-meter-tall Tree of Enlightenment. Some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming and some forces came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. For a time, a large number of experts gathered here. As for Lu Ming, he also gave out the weapons that he had obtained from the Netherworld Mountain. For example, the primordial body cultivator Heavenly Emperors, Lu Ming gave each of them a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Dao soldier. As for Lu Ming himself, he stayed at the Dragon Emperor Peak and cultivated in peace. Xian Yanqing, Lu Shenhuang, and the others were also at the Dragon Emperor Peak. They often accompanied Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, so the old couple was happy every day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The news about the Dragon Emperor Peak had also spread, shocking many people in the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have an enlightenment ancient tree. Even among the peak experts, only a very small number of people have this. Many people in the Heaven Realm were discussing. Time passed quickly, and another year had passed. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The news that Lu Ming had a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Dao soldier, and that Lu Ming had a fruit of life had also spread. This time, it really caused a huge commotion in the Heaven Realm. Countless people's hearts were filled with greed, and each of the powerful forces had different thoughts. In a powerful force, several higher-ups were discussing this matter. Sect Master, Lu Ming not only controls the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, but also has a Heavenly Dao soldier weapon and a heaven-defying treasure like the Fruit of Life. If we get it, our strength will definitely skyrocket. Yes, why don't we take it? Several higher-ups suggested. No, the common enemy of the Heaven Realm is the evil God tribe. If we attack Lu Ming, I'm afraid the ancestral dragon won't let us go. Moreover, I heard that Lu Ming has a very good relationship with a few of the top 10 beasts. The sect leader said. If we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly. We can secretly steal Lu Ming's treasures. Someone suggested, revealing a ruthless expression. This won't do. Lu Ming has many experts by his side. Not only are there the 9 celestial emperors of the Primal Chaos Palace, but there are also immemorial body cultivators. There are peerless experts among them, and they won't be easy to deal with. The sect leader said. As for Lu Ming's own strength, they didn't really care. After all, the ancestral dragon had ordered everyone to keep what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain a secret. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Lu Ming is a peerless genius. There are too many experts behind him. It's too risky to deal with him. Let's observe first. It would be best if someone were to take the lead. The sect leader said. It was not just this faction. Many other factions did not dare to make a move rashly in the end. They planned to observe the situation first. For a time, there were some undercurrents in the Taiqing heavenly domain. In a courtyard of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were also chatting. Every time Lu Ming cultivated for a while, he would take some time to rest and accompany his family. Now that you have a Heavenly Dao weapon and a Fruit of Life, the news has spread. These are all priceless things. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others? Xian Yanqing said with a smile. Why would we be afraid? Lu Ming smiled. With their current strength, who would want to target them? Xian Yanqing also smiled. Whoever wanted to target them could only be considered unlucky. However, it's not good to be targeted every day. After all, we're all from the Heaven Realm, and we'll have to fight together in the future. I'll dispel their thoughts. Lu Ming said with a smile. A few days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Taiqing heavenly domain. 3 months later, Lu Ming would invite one of the top 10 war beasts, the nine-headed golden lion, Qing to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. At that time, everyone was welcome to come and listen. When this news came out, it caused an uproar in the Taiqing heavenly domain. What kind of existence was the nine-headed golden lion? That was a creature whose name shook the world in ancient times. His cultivation base was at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm, and he was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could actually invite Qing to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This was enough to show how close the relationship between Lu Ming and Qing was. Those powerful forces who were originally eyeing Lu Ming's treasures, when they heard this news, it was like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. They immediately dispelled the idea of attacking Lu Ming. What a joke. In the past, there were rumors that Lu Ming had a good relationship with the top 10 war beasts, but that was only a rumor after all. But now, Lu Ming could invite him to preach the Tao. Their relationship was more than just good. Going against such a powerhouse, wasn't it courting death? In the next 3 months, countless powerhouses in the Taiqing heavenly domain gathered towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. There were even quite a few heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. For a time, experts gathered at the Dragon Emperor Peak. And on this day 3 months later, Qing arrived as promised and started preaching the Tao. A peak heavenly emperor's understanding of cultivation had already reached an extremely profound realm. With this lecture, countless people benefited greatly. There were even some heavenly emperors who obtained great inspiration. One had to know that there were not many peak heavenly emperors in the entire heaven realm. Especially after the ancient war, those who died, those who were injured, all of them were in closed-door cultivation bitterly or recuperating from their injuries. Who would come out to preach the Tao? After this lecture, Lu Ming released another important piece of news. 10 years later, he would invite another peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. Everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming could actually invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of power made people alarmed. Those forces who had ideas about Lu Ming completely extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. Although treasures were important, they also needed to have the life to take them. Everyone was looking forward to it, looking forward to the arrival of 10 years later. 10 years, to powerhouses, passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Lu Ming invited a peak heavenly emperor of the prison suppression realm to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This time, even more people came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to listen. It was simply a sea of people. At the same time, after the lecture ended, Lu Ming promised that 10 years later, there would also be a peak heavenly emperor who would preach the Tao. Everyone was shocked. For Lu Ming to be able to invite such an existence, just how many powerhouses did he have relations with? This time, there were many who simply stayed near the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate and did not leave. In any case, the Dragon Emperor Peak had the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. The cultivation environment was also top-notch in the heaven realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming also held an open attitude, welcoming others to come here to cultivate. This time, not long after, Dandan finally came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached peak heavenly emperor. Originally, he planned to continue in seclusion to break through to the demigod realm in one go. But he was forcefully dragged over by Lu Ming and worked hard for 3 months near the Dragon Emperor Peak, setting up a large array. After setting up the large array, Dandan ran away. No one knew where he ran to go into seclusion to break through. Chapter 25-26. The great array set up by Dandan not only had the function of defending against attacks, but it also had the function of gathering heaven and earth origin energy. The origin energy between heaven and earth gathered near Dragon Emperor Peak, making the origin energy density here 10 times that of other places. For a time, Dragon Emperor Peak turned into a cultivation holy land. Countless people came to cultivate. Once the 10 years were up, Lu Ming invited the 9 lives demonic silkworm to preach the Tao. Many people were inspired to break through their bottlenecks and raise their cultivation. After that, every 10 years, Lu Ming would invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of thing continued for 60 years. 60 years later, Lu Ming did not continue to invite peak heavenly emperors. But it was enough. everyone in the heavenly realm knew about Lu Ming's relationship. It was too shocking. The experts standing behind him were terrifying. Even if many people thought that Lu Ming himself was not very strong, he was still shocked by his ability. And 60 years later, although there were no peak heavenly emperors preaching the Tao, it seemed to have formed a tradition. From time to time, there would be powerful heavenly emperors preaching the Tao here, attracting many people to listen. Some of these preachers were 4-star heavenly emperors, some were 5-star heavenly emperors. Although they were far from peak heavenly emperors, it was still a rare opportunity for those below heavenly emperor. Dragon Emperor Peak had turned into a cultivation holy land. Time passed quickly. 100 years had passed since Lu Ming and the others came out of Yellow Springs Mountain. In these 100 years, other than accompanying his family or teaching his disciples, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time cultivating. In 100 years, his comprehension of the Tao of Sovereign became stronger and stronger. However, his cultivation was still at peak heavenly emperor and did not break through. His comprehension of the battle character art also became deeper and deeper. Compared to when he first came out of Yellow Springs Mountain, it had increased by several times. As for the others, such as Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, they had all improved greatly. They had consumed the life fruit, and their potential had all erupted. Now, all of them had stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. Even Lu Ming's 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, had become heavenly emperors. On this day, Lu Ming and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard. Ming, your and Xiaoqing's granddaughter is already so old. Aren't you going to settle your affairs? Li Ping asked. This, Lu Ming pondered. His granddaughter, Lu Qi, had displayed shocking talent in cultivation. She had long achieved the martial monarch realm after cultivating for more than 200 years. If not for the fact that Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and had no intention of getting married, who knew how many descendants he would have? However, his wedding with Xian Yanqing hadn't been held yet. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were still thinking about it. Ming, you're thinking about Autumn Moon, Miss Huang Ling, and Miss Mullins, right? Li Ping glanced at Lu Ming and said with a faint smile. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed dryly. That was indeed the case. Now, his family and friends had gathered around the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were naturally there. Huang Ling and Mullins were also there. Not only Lu Ming, but everyone else could see their feelings for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't know how to face them. Therefore, the wedding had been delayed. You're exactly the same as your father when he was young. You also like to flirt around, Li Ping said unhappily. Cough cough cough, you're such a woman. Don't talk nonsense. When did I flirt around? At the side, Lu Yuntian quickly coughed and his face turned red. Father, mother, let me think about this matter. Let me think about it. Lu Ming also had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to delay and find an opportunity to test Xian Yanqing. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a few explosions suddenly came from the distant sky. Someone had broken in. Lu Ming immediately thought that someone had broken in and was attacked by the array. Who is it? How dare you break into the Dragon Emperor Peak? Stay here. Without needing Lu Ming to make a move, 5 to 6 figures immediately rushed out from the Dragon Emperor Peak and flew into the sky to launch an attack. It was Lei, 2E, Jean E, and the rest. Swoosh. In the sky above the Dragon Emperor Peak, a black shadow flashed rapidly and exchanged blows with Lei and the rest. However, after a few moves, Lei and the rest were completely defeated and were forced to retreat. Let this old man fight you. An old man stepped out from the Dragon Monarch Peak. His fist was like a mountain as it blasted towards the black figure. This old man was an ancient body cultivator and also the strongest one. Back then, his cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star heavenly emperor. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, but the ancient body cultivator was actually defeated and was forced to retreat. He, I heard that the Dragon Emperor Peak is filled with experts. It's just a so-so. A sneer sounded and a figure appeared in the sky. This was a black-robed old man. His figure was skinny and his eyes were cold. It's the Black Bat King. One of the 3 kings of darkness, the Black Bat King. On the Dragon Emperor Peak, voices immediately came out. Near the Dragon Emperor Peak, not only were Lu Ming's friends and family cultivating here, there were also many others cultivating here. Someone recognized this black-robed old man. So it's the 3 kings of darkness. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had also heard of the 3 kings of darkness. They were the 3 notorious scum of the heaven realm. As the saying went, when the forest was big, there were all kinds of people. There were countless living beings in the heaven realm, and not everyone was wholeheartedly against the evil god race. Among them, there were some who never fought with other races and often attacked the heaven realm powerhouses. Their notoriety spread far and wide. The 3 kings of darkness were the best among them. The 3 kings of darkness were not humans, but 3 divine beasts. Moreover, their cultivation was astonishingly strong. 2 were 5-star heavenly emperors, and 1 was a 6-star heavenly emperor. In addition, they were extremely cautious in their actions and never provoked powerhouses with high cultivation. Moreover, they had no fixed residence and appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, they were all good at speed. Some of the heaven realm's peak powerhouses wanted to get rid of them, but each time, the other party escaped. At the mention of the 3 kings of darkness, the expressions of many people in the heaven realm changed. Black Bat King, you dare to come to my Dragon Emperor Peak? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lei roared. He, don't think that I don't know. We brothers have waited for 100 years and paid attention for 100 years. Naturally, we have the confidence to take action. Recently, there has been no one preaching on the Dragon Emperor Peak. Those 5-star heavenly emperors and above have all left. Who can do anything to us brothers? The Black Bat King laughed loudly and then stepped out. His 5-star heavenly emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Lu Ming, get out here. Hand over your battle weapon and the fruit of life. Also, we brothers want this enlightenment ancient tree too. After saying that, the Black Bat King stretched out a big hand and grabbed toward the enlightenment ancient tree at the top of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Don't even think about it. Lei and the rest, as well as the primordial body cultivator heavenly emperor, all soared into the sky and attacked the Black Bat King, blocking him. But at this time, the space behind the Black Bat King split open, and 2 more figures appeared. Chapter 25-27. The other 2 kings of the 3 kings of darkness had arrived. They were the Black Eagle King and the Black Wing King. Among them, the Black Eagle King's cultivation was a 6-star heavenly emperor, while the Black Wing King's cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor. The 3 people's aura spread out without restraint, enveloping Dragon Emperor Peak within. On Dragon Emperor Peak, many people's faces turned pale. The 3 kings of darkness must have been eyeing this place for a long time. During this period of time, Dragon Emperor Peak lacked powerhouses. Sometimes, there were still 5-star heavenly emperors and 6-star heavenly emperors staying in Dragon Emperor Peak. But during this period of time, these powerhouses had all left. Obviously, the 3 kings of darkness took advantage of this gap to come here. Lu Ming, hand over the treasures on you, and we 3 brothers can spare your life. The Black Bat King hooted again. So what if there were many powerhouses standing behind Lu Ming? As long as they snatched Lu Ming's treasures and found a place to hide, who could find them? Looks like I need to make a move to establish my might. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of cold light flashed across his eyes. Obviously, most people were afraid of the power behind him and didn't dare to make a move against him. But that didn't mean that everyone didn't dare to. Those desperados who had no worries dared to. And all of this was because many people thought that Lu Ming's strength wasn't strong enough. Today, Lu Ming was going to get rid of these people's hopes. Originally, the array set up by Dandan here was enough to kill the 3 kings of darkness. But this time, Lu Ming didn't plan to activate the array and wanted to take action personally. Father, mother, I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Minger, you have to be careful. Li Ping said with concern. Father, mother, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Dragon Emperor Peak, facing the three kings of darkness. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's too dangerous for him to face the three kings of darkness like this. Many people were discussing in shock. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're finally willing to come out. The Black Wing King of the three kings of darkness sneered. On account of how difficult it is for you to cultivate, surrender and become my mountain guardian divine beasts, and I can spare your lives. Lu Ming said coldly. What? The three kings of darkness were stunned as they stared at each other. Lu Ming actually told them to surrender and even asked them to be his mountain guardian divine beasts. Was he crazy? Did he think that there were still experts overseeing the Dragon Emperor Peak? They had been hiding in the Dragon Emperor Peak for over 100 years, so they were well aware of the people coming in and out of the Dragon Emperor Peak. He wanted to scare them. They thought that Lu Ming was bluffing. Lu Ming, you don't have to bluff. We know the Dragon Emperor Peak like the back of our hand. You can't scare us. The Black Bat King sneered. That's right. Today, your Dragon Sovereign Peak's strongest person is also just a 4-star Heavenly Emperor. The Black Wing King also sneered. The leader of the three kings of darkness, the Dark Eagle King, remained silent. Really? Dragon Emperor Peak's strongest was only a 4-star Heavenly Emperor? How did you come to this conclusion? The smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became even wider. Then, he continued to step out. Bluffing. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. Your treasures will still belong to us. The Black Bat King let out a long howl. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. The three kings of darkness were known for their speed. The moment the Black Bat King moved, his speed was fast to the extreme. Ordinary people of the same level as him couldn't keep up with his speed at all. However, the one he encountered was Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there without moving, as if he didn't see the Black Bat King make a move. Not good. Lei, Gold One, and the rest of the people from the Dragon Emperor Peak were all shocked. Let's go and help the young master. Lei, Gold One, and the rest wanted to rush towards Lu Ming. Don't interfere. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Lei and the rest from making a move. Whoosh. At this moment, a bright brilliance burst out from behind Lu Ming and pierced towards Lu Ming's back. The Black Bat King had launched an attack. His timing was very accurate. When Lu Ming stopped Lei and the rest, he revealed a flaw. In addition, the Black Bat King's attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He had full confidence that this move could stab Lu Ming. Sure enough, he stabbed him. The long sword in his hand pierced Lu Ming's back. At this moment, everyone's face changed greatly. The others' faces changed greatly because they thought that Lu Ming was finished and was going to fall in the hands of the Black Bat King. The reason why the Black Bat King's face changed greatly was the opposite of the others. Because he found that his long sword pierced Lu Ming's back, but it couldn't pierce through. Lu Ming's body seemed to be harder than any divine weapon. His long sword stopped on Lu Ming's skin and couldn't pierce through anymore, no matter how much strength he used. Not good. The Black Bat King roared in his heart and wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that Lu Ming's body produced a terrifying force that firmly sucked him in. He couldn't retreat at all. Not to mention retreating, even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Black Bat King's heart was filled with great fear. He suddenly understood that he was facing an extremely terrifying existence. The Black Bat King's face became uglier than crying. Lu Ming slowly turned around and faced the Black Bat King, revealing a bright smile. Your strength isn't that great either? Lu Ming smiled. Around them, at the scene, the others were also stunned with a confused look. What was going on? Why did the Black Bat King stab Lu Ming with his sword and nothing happened to Lu Ming, while the Black Bat King just stood there motionless as if his body was fixed. Many people were already stunned. "Big brother, second brother, leave quickly, this person is strange." The Black Bat King reacted and immediately shouted. "Let go of my third brother. Let go of him." The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King didn't leave. Both of them roared and revealed their true forms. It was a huge black eagle and a huge black sparrow. The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind as they charged towards Lu Ming. "Stubborn, suppress," Lu Ming said coldly. He stretched out a hand and pressed towards the void. Rumble. In the sky, endless energy gathered and a purple-gold giant hand was formed. It covered the sky and pressed down on the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King. The terrifying power made the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King's faces change drastically. "Not good, leave quickly." The Black Eagle King roared in horror. He flapped his wings and turned to leave. Because when Lu Ming struck out with his palm, he knew that he was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. The Black Wing King was the same as he turned to leave. However, they couldn't leave at all. The two of them were like two slow mosquitoes that were enveloped by a palm and couldn't escape the range of the palm suppression. Boom. Chapter 25-28. Bang. Bang. The ground shook. Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were suppressed to the ground, unable to move at all. It was as if they were pressed down by an incomparably heavy mountain. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked on dumbfoundedly. For a moment, they completely did not react. Only after a long while did the sound of sucking in cold air came from the scene. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with a look of horror. Heavens, what did they see? Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were actually suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. That was a 6-star heavenly emperor, a 5-star heavenly emperor, roaming the heaven realm for countless years, coming and going without a trace. Some peak powerhouses could not do anything to them because they could not find them. But now, they were suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming's strength was actually already powerful to such an extent. Horrifying, too horrifying. Miracle, this was simply a miracle. There had never been anyone who could reach this step at Lu Ming's age. Following that, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone started discussing excitedly. As for Black Bat King, when he witnessed all of this, he was almost frightened to death. The expression on his face was even uglier than crying. Bang! Lu Ming directly kicked out, kicking Black Bat King's stomach. Black Bat King screamed miserably, his body flying out, smashing heavily on the ground, side by side with Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King. "I'll give you all one last chance, surrender and be my mountain guardian divine beasts. Otherwise, you all will be my appetizer tonight," Lu Ming said coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over the three kings of darkness, making them shudder. Become Lu Ming's appetizer. At the thought of this, they broke out in cold sweat all over. "We're willing to surrender, willing to surrender. We surrender." The three kings of darkness cried out one after another. At this very moment, they were very clear that if they did not surrender, there was only death. "Open your mind, I'll plant a restriction on your souls. Whoever resists, die," Lu Ming said. "Yes, yes, yes." The three kings of darkness nodded and bowed. Immediately, Lu Ming planted a restriction in the souls of the three kings of darkness. The three kings of darkness had completely become Lu Ming's guardian beasts. "Master, the three of us have offended quite a number of enemies over the years. I'm afraid many people will come looking for trouble if we join you," the Dark Eagle King said worriedly. "Don't worry, now that you've become my mountain guardian divine beasts, you're my people. No one will dare to cause trouble for you," Lu Ming said, full of confidence. "Yes, yes, Master's divine power is unparalleled. Whoever comes to find trouble with Master will die," the Black Bat King immediately said with a flattering expression. "All right, you'll guard the three directions of Dragon Emperor Peak. Go." Lu Ming waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. The three kings of darkness nodded their heads as they reverted to their original forms and flew towards the Dragon Monarch Peak. At this moment, many people were completely shocked. The three kings of darkness who wreaked havoc in the heaven realm were subdued by Lu Ming just like that. It was simply a piece of cake. They were deeply shocked by Lu Ming's means and Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's strength had already reached this level. With a flip of his hand, he could suppress a 6-star heavenly emperor. This kind of strength was already standing at the pinnacle of this world. No, this news must be reported to the sect master. Hurry up and send a voice transmission to the family master. Many people started to move. Regarding the matter of Lu Ming suppressing the three kings of darkness, it spread out at a terrifying speed and soon spread throughout the entire grand pure sky domain, even to the primordial realm. Heaven realm, primordial realm, because of Lu Ming's matter, it set off monstrous waves. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded with shock. Suppressing a 6-star heavenly emperor with a flip of his hand, what kind of strength was this? Everyone understood that they had completely underestimated Lu Ming in the past. Lu Ming, not only was there a terrifying powerhouse behind him, even he himself was an incomparably powerful existence. They finally knew why those pinnacle powerhouses had such a good relationship with Lu Ming. That was because Lu Ming was in existence on the same level as them. One by one, the powerful forces and powerful existences no longer had the slightest trace of disloyalty and thoughts towards Lu Ming. There were even many forces who sent envoys to congratulate Lu Ming. Of course, they were all blocked by Lu Ming outside the door. Lu Ming, have you already reached this step? It seems that I'm not your match after all. On a certain mountain peak in the heaven realm, Tian Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of complex emotions. Now, he had also stepped into the great emperor realm. This cultivation speed could be said to be very strong in the history of the heaven realm, but compared to Lu Ming, it was too far away. Heaven realm, Lin family. Back then, one of the heaven realm's 9 absolutes, Lin Xiaofeng, looked in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lu Ming is indeed not what I can compare to. I should put down the pride in my heart and go to the Dragon Emperor Peak to seek Tao. Finished speaking, Lin Xiaofeng turned into a rainbow light and left this place, heading towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lan family, after everyone heard this news, they were silent for a while, then rejoiced. Back then, they had a grudge with Lu Ming, but later, they listened to the Lan family's old ancestors' suggestion and apologized to Lu Ming in public. Back then, there were still many people who were indignant and felt uncomfortable in their hearts, thinking that there was no need to apologize to Lu Ming. But now, they were all rejoicing that they had resolved their grudges with Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lan family would definitely be wiped out. Lu Ming. Xianyuan Yi, who had defeated Lin Xiaofeng and became the first of the 9 absolutes, and then was defeated by Lu Ming, stood in a courtyard of the Lan family, looking in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak with a complicated look in his eyes. Xianyuan, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming is a person who shines through the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. Since ancient times, there has never been such a person. Such a person is destined to be the main character of the world. He's not someone we can compare to. Lan Xia walked over and held Xianyuan Yi's hand. She knew that Xianyuan Yi had been defeated by Lu Ming back then and had always had a knot in his heart. Sigh. After a long while, Xianyuan Yi sighed and said, I understand. From now on, I won't treat him as an opponent anymore. Lu Ming. Lu Ming. At this moment, countless people in the heaven realm and the primordial realm were chanting this name. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were all trembling with fear. Those who had a good relationship with Lu Ming were all smiles. From then on, Lu Ming had become an overlord in everyone's hearts, a giant of the heaven realm. And there were even more people who went to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate, and there was an endless stream. Lu Ming did not refuse anyone. A few months later, he even personally held a forum to preach the Tao. Those who listened were deeply impressed by Lu Ming's Tao. After this incident, the days in the Dragon Emperor Peak fell into peace. In fact, the entire heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm were very peaceful during this period. Other than the occasional battle between the two battlefields, it was peaceful. Everyone was in seclusion, cultivating with all their might. Chapter 25-29. Spring went and autumn came, and another 100 years passed in a hurry. It had been 200 years since Lu Ming and the others returned from the Yellow Springs Mountain. At the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, in a secret chamber, Lu Ming ended his cultivation with a frown. After another 100 years, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the limit of the peak Great Emperor realm. He felt that he could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm at any time. However, the power between heaven and earth that hindered him was too strong. He couldn't break through. My battle strength is still not enough. It's difficult to break through the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. After more than 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation of the battle word incantation was still too slow. Moreover, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation of the battle character art. It had been more than 10 years, and there was no improvement at all. The battle character art must be improved in battle. Only in battle can the comprehension of the battle character art be faster. Moreover, I have encountered a bottleneck now. I need to go through an intense battle to break through. Lu Ming pondered. However, at his current level, there weren't many people who could fight with him. Even if he went to find the demigods of the heaven realm to fight, as they were both from the heaven realm, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. The effect would definitely not be good. The evil god tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He thought of the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe was the best whetstone. Then I'll use you guys to practice first. Lu Ming muttered and then left the place of seclusion. With a step, the space directly split open. Lu Ming stepped into the space and disappeared. The next moment, his figure appeared on the battlefield outside Two Worlds City. All these years, the evil god tribe had been focused on defense. However, they would also send some people to fight with the heaven realm on the battlefield. Therefore, on this battlefield, there were still frequent battles between the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. However, they were all small-scale battles, and there were no large-scale battles. Lu Ming stepped out and headed in the direction of the Hunyuan heaven realm. Kill! Kill! After walking for a while, Lu Ming heard intense battle cries in front. A group of people were fighting fiercely. There were people from the heaven realm and also people from the evil god race. There were a total of several hundred people. Both sides fought fiercely, with people dying from time to time. Lu Ming walked forward in a straight line, heading toward the battlefield. Kill! At the sight of Lu Ming, a tall and burly evil god race being brandished his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. Wang! A muscle in Lu Ming's chest violently vibrated. The vibration of the muscle caused the space to vibrate violently, forming a terrifying power. Instantly, the body of the foreign race being exploded apart. With the current level of Lu Ming's physical body, he didn't even need to make a move. The terrifying power that erupted from the vibration of his muscles was enough to kill his enemies. Bang! Bang! As Lu Ming stepped forward, the bodies of all the evil god tribesmen who got close to Lu Ming exploded, dying on the spot. However, the creatures of the heaven realm were also fine. Many people were shocked. What kind of method was this? They didn't even see Lu Ming make a move, but those evil god tribesmen were already dead. Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming! Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lu Ming. So it's Lu Ming. No wonder. The people of the heaven realm were overjoyed. As for those evil god tribesmen, they were scared and turned to run. Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a purple gold light flashed, sweeping across the void. All the evil god tribesmen were killed on the spot. So strong. Too strong. Is this Lu Ming's strength? Those evil god tribesmen couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing that Lu Ming had killed hundreds of evil god tribesmen with just a wave of his hand, the people of the heaven realm were shocked. After killing hundreds of evil god tribesmen, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Where is Lu Ming going? Is he going to kill his way to the evil god tribesmen's camp? It's been a long time since someone of this level made a move. This is a big deal. Let's go and take a look. These heaven realm beings all followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept moving forward. Along the way, he encountered several battles. Lu Ming casually attacked and killed the evil god tribesmen. After the heaven realm beings recognized Lu Ming, they all followed behind Lu Ming. There were more than 1,000 of them. Finally, a huge object appeared in front. They had arrived at the evil god tribesmen's camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp was incomparably huge. It completely blocked the path to the Hunyuan heaven realm. It was densely packed with all kinds of buildings and countless evil god tribesmen. The camp was surrounded by large formations that flickered with light, defending the camp. In some places, the heaven realm beings were fighting with the evil god tribesmen. Boom! Lu Ming's aura began to rise. A long spear condensed from sovereign power appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky. He stood high in the sky, holding the long spear with both hands. With the momentum of Mount Tai, he slammed it down with all his might. The long spear in his hand rapidly enlarged, filling the sky. It was even more majestic than a mountain range as it pressed down on the evil god tribesmen's camp. Not good, someone is attacking the camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp shook. Countless figures flew around. Large formation, activate the large formation. Don't panic. Our large formation is enough to block it. Voices spread throughout the entire military camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp lit up with rays of light. A huge light shrouded the evil god tribesmen's camp. Boom! The purple gold long spear heavily struck the light barrier of the evil god tribesmen's camp. When the long spear struck the light barrier, the entire battlefield seemed to shake violently, stirring up dust into the air. Bang! Bang! The ground near the evil god tribesmen's camp exploded continuously. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. Huge cracks appeared on the ground like a spiderweb. The light barrier formed by the evil god tribesmen's large formation shook violently. It was like an elastic bubble, collapsing under the pressure. Break! Lu Ming shouted. His entire body's strength erupted as he pressed down. Bang! The light barrier of the evil god tribesmen's camp directly exploded. It broke. The large formation of the evil god tribesmen's large formation was broken by Lu Ming's spear. The huge long spear pressed down with a terrifying might. Run, quickly run. Run. The countenances of countless evil god tribesmen changed drastically. They were almost scared to death. However, as the long spear pressed down, it stirred up an endless spatial storm. Many evil god tribesmen did not manage to escape before they were crushed into meat paste by the terrifying power. The evil god tribesmen exploded one after another. Boom! The huge long spear finally struck the ground. Countless buildings exploded. A huge spear mark 5 million miles long and 1 million miles wide appeared on the ground in front. Tragic. In this instant, countless evil god tribesmen were killed by Lu Ming. The evil god tribesmen's camp was in a mess. Heavens! When the living beings of the heaven realm saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 25-30. Lu Ming broke through the evil god race's formation, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the evil god race's camp, his long spear sweeping out. Like sweeping away 1,000 troops, the barracks that he did not hit earlier were constantly shattered under the long spear. Run, quickly run. Countless members of the evil god race turned into countless streaks of rainbow light, frantically fleeing toward the back of the camp. Lu Ming, courting death. Damn it. Several angry roars came from the depths of the evil god race's camp. Several terrifying auras rose up, rushing over here crazily. Peak Heavenly Emperor, it's a peak Heavenly Emperor. The faces of many heaven realm creatures changed wildly, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. Quick, send a voice transmission to 2 Realms City, call the experts over, the other party has 3 peak heavenly emperors. Some people had already begun to send voice transmissions. 3 peak heavenly emperors. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Swoosh. Swoosh. The speed of a peak heavenly emperor was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. There's another acquaintance. A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. One of them was Marojia, known as the world-breaking general. Back then, it was Marojia who captured Lu Ming and brought him to the evil god realm. The other 2, one was from the evil god race's royal family, and the other was from the evil god race's noble family. Their bodies were covered in purple scales, shining with light. The eyes of the 3 peak heavenly emperors revealed terrifying killing intent, wishing that they could tear Lu Ming into pieces. Behind them, the heaven realm creatures felt the terrifying pressure. Many of them had already retreated. Some of them were bold. Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, they reluctantly mustered up their courage to watch. Lu Ming, you killed so many of my people. Today, you will die without a doubt. Marojia said coldly. Make your move, Marojia. Today, I will settle the grudge of you capturing me back then. However, I advise you all to attack together. Lu Ming said. Arrogant, I alone am enough to kill you. Marojia shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose to the extreme. Whoosh! A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. With a single slash, the void was sliced apart, creating a 1,000,000-mile-long crack. When a peak heavenly emperor attacked at full power, the power was unimaginably strong. There was no doubt that the sword in Marojia's hand was a heavenly Dao weapon. Wang! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand shook and swept out, colliding with Marojia's battle sword. Clang! With a deafening boom, Marojia's body shook violently and was thrown back tens of thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Marojia roared in his heart, shocked beyond belief. The 2 of them had only exchanged a single blow, and he had already been injured by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had not even used the heavenly Dao soldier, but he had. He simply could not accept it. Back then, he could kill Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. But now, he could actually injure him. It had only been a few hundred years. A few hundred years was just a blink of an eye for people of their level. Not only him, but the evil god race, the other 2 peak heavenly emperors, and the other evil god race members were all stunned. And the heavenly realm's lifeforms were also stunned. Injuring a peak heavenly emperor in one move, is this Lu Ming's strength? Too terrifying. Even some of the heavenly realm's lifeforms who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. I said, you can't do it alone, the 3 of you come together. Lu Ming said. The purple gold spear in his hand collapsed and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Attack together. Marojia looked at the other 2 peak heavenly emperors. Good. Attack together, today, we must kill this person. The other peak heavenly emperor of the evil god race nodded and sent a voice transmission to the other 2. Lu Ming was really terrifying. At such a young age, he actually had such battle prowess. They had also heard of Lu Ming's performance in the Yellow Springs Mountain. The evil god race members who had entered the Yellow Springs Mountain all said that Lu Ming could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron and had the battle prowess of a peak heavenly emperor. But just now, Lu Ming did not use anything. He only relied on his own strength to injure Marojia. This was a little terrifying. This proved that Lu Ming's strength was increasing crazily. If such a person was not killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! 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 The 3 peak heavenly emperors instantly moved, attacking Lu Ming from 3 directions. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. The great desolate spear shook, instantly thrusting out 3 times. 3 spear lights pierced towards Marojia and the other two. With 3 consecutive booms, Marojia and the other two's attacks were all defeated by Lu Ming. In fact, they were even forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. Kill. Lu Ming stepped out, his aura like a rainbow. His long spear vibrated, soaring spear light continuously attacked the 3 people, enveloping the 3 people in the spear light. The 3 people erupted with all their strength and fought with Lu Ming. However, they were shocked to discover that they were not Lu Ming's match at all. They were completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Lu Ming is going to win. After the Heavenly Realm's creatures were shocked, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming alone could suppress 3 peak Heavenly Emperors. What kind of battle prowess was this? Invincible powerhouse. A word flashed in everyone's hearts. Only an invincible powerhouse would have such battle prowess, suppressing 3 peak Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming had actually already reached the step of invincible powerhouse. Bang! In the fierce battle, Marojia was struck by Lu Ming's long spear. His body almost exploded, retreating frantically, vomiting blood non-stop. Marojia, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Just as his voice fell, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Marojia, the great desolate spear thrusting out. No! Marojia was alarmed, frantically erupting, laying down one attack after another and defending. However, under Lu Ming's attack, it was all futile, collapsing and exploding one after another. Lu Ming's current fleshly body battle prowess was equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor, and the Tao of Sovereign's battle prowess was also equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor. With the two combined, Lu Ming's strength far surpassed other peak Heavenly Emperors. In addition, Lu Ming had comprehended the battle character art. With the support of the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle prowess was even stronger. Suppressing a peak Heavenly Emperor was effortless. Pfft! The great desolate spear was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, crushing Marojia's attack and directly piercing through Marojia's dantian. Marojia's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in incomparable shock. In his eyes, there was thick fear. Go! Lu Ming said coldly. The long spear trembled, and a terrifying power erupted. Marojia's body was torn apart. A peak Heavenly Emperor had fallen. Not good, let's go. The other 2 peak Heavenly Emperors turned around and left, not daring to continue fighting. They directly tore open space, wanting to travel through space and escape. A peak Heavenly Emperor already had the ability to tear open space and directly travel from this realm to another realm. Stay. The great desolate spear in Lu Ming's hand violently pulled out. Space directly exploded, blocking the other party's path.